well, lose in quite a few places. And also, depending on how much the SNP tighten their grip, the Scottish Conservatives may be really cut back from that 13 they managed to achieve in 2017. And in both of those ways, Boris Johnson may well end up with a thumping majority, but he might be taking over a very divided map, with Scotland almost all yellow for the SNP, London and perhaps some of our other big cities, inner Birmingham, inner Manchester, inner Liverpool, very much still coloured red. Governing with a real patchwork like that may well not be straightforward.
Not straightforward at all. Laura, thanks. Why don't we look at some of the other results that have come in and some of the significant ones. Rita can bring us right up to date.
I've got a couple of really interesting seats to show you here, Hugh. Peterborough in Cambridgeshire. This is a Conservative gain from the Labour Party. Now, as you can see, the history of the seat down there is changed hands a few times in the last 20 years. But tonight, Paul Bristow has taken this seat from Labour's Lisa Forbes. Lisa Forbes had this seat with a tiny majority of just over 600 votes. Well, Paul Bristow now becomes the seat's fourth MP in 3 years. This is how he did it, with a vote share of 47% as compared to Labour's 41%. And I just want to show you how that's changed from last time round. Really interesting. The Conservative share of the vote has gone unchanged, but it's Labour's drop by 7 percentage points that has allowed the Conservatives to take this seat. One other seat that I want to show you that has also changed hands tonight, and that's Wrexham in North Wales. This had been Labour for decades, Labour since 1935. Well, it's tonight gone Conservative, and Sarah Atherton is the first female Conservative MP in Wales ever. She's done it with 45% share of the vote as compared to Labour's 39%. And again, I want to show you the way in which the vote share has changed since 2017, and it's the same story as in Peterborough. The Conservatives up a little bit, but they've been given the seat by the drop in the Labour vote share. Labour down by 10%, and that's allowed Sarah Atherton, as I said, to become the first female Conservative MP in Wales.
Well, I never thought in all this time that I'd see Wrexham, of all places, turning Conservative, but that tells you what this night is about, that the Conservatives, certainly in parts of Wales and across the UK, apart from Scotland, that is, are looking at gaining some areas which have been solidly Labour for decades and decades. We have a result in from Northern Ireland, which I'd like to go to in a second. But before that, look at this response from Diane Abbott to Labour's performance. And Diane Abbott, who's of course a close associate of Mr Corbyn, saying, "This is clearly a bad night for Labour, which requires careful analysis. But it could be much worse than a bad night for all those who rely on our public services and the NHS, which means that we still need a leadership that fights for the many, not the few." That is Diane Abbott's response. We have a result in from North Down. Now, this is a very interesting seat in Northern Ireland. This was where Lady Sylvia Herman was the MP from 2001. The independent unionist. Well, this has been taken by the Alliance Party of Northern Ireland. A very significant and rare gain for the Alliance Party. Stephen Farry on 18,358 and Alex Easton of the DUP being beaten into second place on 15,000. 45% share of the vote to the APNI, the Alliance Party of Northern Ireland, 38 to the DUP. And look at the percentage boost there for the Alliance Party, up 36% in the seat that was held by Lady Sylvia Herman for such a long time, and the DUP not moving, the Ulster Unionists up 12%. Let's have a look at the result from Lee, which has also come in. This is a Conservative gain from Labour. This is in Greater Manchester. Look at these figures. James Grundy for the Tories taking the seat on over 21,000 votes on a turnout of 61%, a majority of 1,965. Labour Party on 41%. Joe Platt, the MP there since 2017, and a shadow cabinet office minister with responsibility for cyber security. That was Joe Platt's job. Well, out of a job, because this is now in Conservative hands. 9 percentage points up for the Tories, and Labour being hammered down by 15 percentage points. In Lee, this is a 12% swing, by the way, in Greater Manchester from Labour to the Tories. Laura?
I think looking at a seat like that, going from red to blue, that's astonishing.
And Andy Burnham's old seat.
A lot of our viewers would be familiar with Andy Burnham, of course, was a prominent Labour minister, cabinet minister, and now the mayor of Greater Manchester. If seats like Lee are going, that is astonishing. But nearby Wigan, Lisa Nandy, a prominent Labour MP, has held on. I know that in that part of the world, there were lots of Labour people who were worried about how they would hold leave voting areas, where there's been a prominent Labour MP fighting hard. Actually, she's held on there, but that result from Lee, that's quite something.
It
is astonishing to see.
It's a 12% plus swing from Conservative Labour. So how is that changing the political landscape? How is that changing the electoral map? Sophie is outside Broadcasting House, and let's join her now.
It is a little bit wet out here in the piazza, but I guess that's what you get when you have your first December election in almost a century. But this is our map of hexagons, and you get a much better idea. One hexagon is one MP. We've reduced every constituency to exactly the same size. So by the end of tonight, you will get a much better idea of where the power now lies. But already you can see that red wall being breached. Some of the seats already. This is Workington, a very strong Labour seat which has now gone blue. And over here, one of the first tonight, Blythe Valley, which has never been blue before. Darlington down here, this northeast corner of England, which has always been such a Labour stronghold. Ben Page from Ipsos Mori, you have spoken to people for months and months and months. The wall is being breached, isn't it?
It is, and it's being breached around Brexit, as well as, I think, to be honest, attitudes to Jeremy Corbyn. But yes, we are going to see more Conservative wins in this absolute Labour heartland, and that this all is starting to become a recasting of British politics. And that's what the exit poll is predicting. That's what seems to be happening.
OK, Ben Page, thank you very much. We've got down here as well, if I travel a little bit further down England, three Labour voters who all changed their minds and voted Conservative this time. Why?
For me, I couldn't in all conscience vote for Labour while they have Jeremy Corbyn as the leader. I feel that he is really dangerous for this country. So begrudgingly, I voted Conservative for the first time, as did my father, who is in his 70s and has never voted anything but Labour.
What was it like for you voting Conservative for the first time?
Surreal. I think that it wasn't an easy decision for me, but my conscience wouldn't let me do anything else.
And what about you? Was it about Brexit? Was it about Jeremy Corbyn?
It was about both, but I think my fundamental thing about Jeremy Corbyn is if you know that your party is not behind you, and actually there's sentiment that's saying the country is not behind you, at what point do you put aside your ego and step up and do what's best for the country? And for me, the fact he didn't do that said a lot about him as a leader, and I can't support somebody who's willing to put their own ego before what's best for the country.
Was it a difficult decision for you?
To be honest, I think the decision was clear. Like, we needed to get on with Brexit. We needed to make decisions in this country, further indecision, further referendums, and just dithering on the policy. It made it actually quite a simple decision for me. We needed to make a change in this country, and we needed to get on with it.
So it was more about Brexit for you than it was about the leader of the Labour Party?
I mean, he's definitely a problem. I voted on policies. I'm not I'm not a particular fan of Boris, but on this, the key policy of the day, he does not have a position. How does one expect to lead a country when you cannot, lead your own position on that?
And do you think, this is for you a one-off vote, do you think? Will you go back to Labour or could you be voting Conservative for many years to come?
I think once they get rid of Jeremy Corbyn, I will probably go back to voting Labour. I still believe in many of their policies, but for me, I just can't do it while he's in power.
OK, well, thank you all very much for joining us out here in the rain.
Sophie, I'm just thinking, there you are with the brollies and braving the wet. I'm looking at the turnout figure, just based on the seats we've got so far, and it's 64.6%, just based on the results in 60 seats in, 590 to go. It's just slightly down. It may end up a bit higher than that. But, I'm just, you're there chatting to some voters, and I'm just thinking, the rain, the weather hasn't really affected the turnout. It's a great reflection on people's keenness to vote, isn't it?
Well, absolutely. And if you saw some of the pictures, the footage of the queues at many of the voting stations today, extraordinary queues, and the rain didn't put people off. It has been a terrible day, raining all over the country. Rain here, it's expected to stop quite shortly, though, I'm very pleased to say.
Yeah,
hopes.
right.
I'm very optimistic.
Sophie, thanks to your guests as well. Laura?
But it's an interesting thing there. I think when we've been going around the last 6 weeks, people weren't necessarily enthused by this election. In fact, we heard a lot of the time people were cross about the choice that they were being put before them. But there was certainly an awareness with person after voter after voter after voter we met that this was a really important election. It genuinely was a junction for the country. You know, either we're coming out of the European Union at speed, or going towards another second referendum with two completely different visions of how to run the country. One interesting point just on top of turnout, it's very clear, and Labour sources are indicating this too, but it's clear from our numbers that Labour are being far more hit in Leave areas.
Yeah.
They're down in Remain areas too by 5 points, it's suggesting so far, and down 12 in Leave area, but that contrast is there.
Yeah.
But they're falling back in both, but important to note the contrast is there already in the numbers.
OK, Laura, thanks very much. We had the result in from Putney earlier, didn't we, which was a good result for Labour. But in Wandsworth, they're also counting there in Battersea and in Tooting. And Clive is there for us. Clive Myrie, what's the feeling there, Clive?
Yeah, hi there, Hugh. Actually, they've finished counting here, obviously, with the Putney vote. Everyone has left, and we had that victory for the Labour candidate, Fleur Anderson, taking that seat from the Conservative, who was, of course, Justine Greening, who's not standing. We've still got, as you say, Tooting, and we've got Battersea as well, and I suspect that the Labour candidates here and the activists here are feeling pretty pleased, not just with Putney, but also they believe that they can hang on to that Labour marginal of Battersea and Tooting, which is a very safe Labour seat indeed, something like 13,000 for the incumbent there. So while there's been this talk throughout the evening of this red wall crumbling in the Midlands and in the north, there is this red wall here in the south as well. It rings London. Something like 48, 49 of the 70 seats here in the capital are Labour seats. And there's a sense that because the vast majority of them are Remain seats, then perhaps Labour will do very well. You may be able to hear people shouting and cheering there. That is, again, reception for the Labour candidate who won here in Putney. But that sense that the Labour wall around London has survived because it's protecting Remain seats, very much the case here. And I suspect this will probably be the only bright spot for Labour in what has been a pretty dismal night. I should tell you that the winner of the Putney seat, Fleur Anderson, she said that this was a bright light in a dark night, her victory. She said that she made it clear on the doorstep that Brexit would be damaging and that all she wanted was for the UK to remain in the European Union. She said Labour must stop efforts to block, must continue their efforts to stop and block Boris Johnson's hard Brexit. So Labour's success here very much based on the fact that these constituencies, the three of them, are Remain constituencies. And I suspect that's going to be the story of the night.
Clive, many thanks once again. Clive Myrie there for us in Wandsworth, where they're counting there for Battersea and Tooting as well. Clwyd South, that's another seat in North East Wales. That has been gained by the Conservatives from Labour. And that's another very notable result, not just in Welsh terms, but just in the overall trajectory, if you like, of the Conservative performance overnight. Simon Baines for the Tories taking Clwyd South with over 16,000 votes, and Susan Ellen-Jones for Labour just behind on a majority of 1,239 votes, 67% turnout, 45% to 41%. And that really is an end to the current parliamentary career of Susan Ellen-Jones, who's been the MP since 2010. Simon Baines, who contested this seat last time, is a local musician who runs a charity, but he's now the new MP for Clwyd South, and the swing 7.5% from Labour to the Tories, again in this part of North East Wales. So there's a pattern emerging there of Labour seats falling to the Tories in that area. So let's have some more response to some of these results. We saw some good news in Putney for Labour, but we've seen lots of bad news, including in North East Wales for Jeremy Corbyn. What's Alistair Campbell's view of this? He's with Andrew.
Well, why don't we find out, Hugh?
Why don't we find out?
Oh, he's here. Who would have thought it? Just like magic. I want to put to you these momentum Corbynista talking points that we've heard right from John McDonnell sitting in that seat several hours ago, that this terrible result for Labour, which is clearly what it looks like it's going to be, is all down to Brexit. And I suggest to you the reason that there's the line they're taking is that they can then argue we can continue with Corbynism. That was actually popular. Not with Mr Corbyn, but we'll have Corbynism without Mr Corbyn because it's Brexit that was so bad tonight. What will stop them from winning that argument?
I don't think they'll win the argument. I mean, they've got control of the structures of the party, and that's clearly going to help them in terms of securing some sort of legacy for their politics. But I think when you look at just how bad these results are, this is not just a defeat for Jeremy Corbyn. This is a defeat for the politics that he represents. And I think there's three places you can look at. I think anti-Semitism, which wasn't handled properly, played a really big part in this, and the Chief Rabbi's intervention in the campaign was a big moment. I think the sense of saying to people that they can have everything that they want, pretty much in terms of the public services and an economy that works for everybody, and only a few rich people will have to pay for it. And then also I think, yes, Brexit is a problem, has been a problem for the Labour Party. But when you go to some of these places in the north, and if Ian Laver is right, how come his majority got shredded when he's been up there fighting to deliver Brexit? What people in the north have been saying is that Jeremy Corbyn and his politics does not represent them as working class people in the north of England. And I think that this delusion that they just have to sort of, keep on with this Corbynism, and eventually the British public will see it for what it is and they'll flock to support it. It's never going to happen. And Jeremy Corbyn, I think the country decided a long time ago they weren't going to put Jeremy Corbyn in.
All right, but as you began by saying, the Corbynistas are in charge of the party. Mm-hmm. And they're calling the shots, and they have a clear narrative to explain what has happened. Who's going to stop them from the Social Democrat wing of the Labour Party?
Well, look, tonight the results are coming through. It's clearly going to be a really bad result for Labour. And the public, in the end, you've got to root your politics where the public are. And the public are giving the clearest possible message.
That may be true, but it wasn't my question.
No, but,
who's going to stop them? Because we're now getting people coming out from the Social Democratic wing of the Labour Party, as I would call it, which you represent. And it's more than Blairism. You include Mr Brown and so on in the past as well. And they're all saying, can we now admit that Mr Corbyn and Momentum have been terrible for our party? Your wife has said that tonight as well. But what are they going to do about it? Who is going to stand up and say no? It's not just Mr Corbyn, it's what he stood for, as you're saying. Where does that fight back come from? Because at the moment you would have to say the forces of Corbynism are still in control.
They may be still in control, but listen, out of this has to come a proper analysis of what's gone wrong, a proper honest debate, and fundamental truths have to be faced. Otherwise the Labour Party faces oblivion. And then something else possibly has to emerge. I don't know. But I think that, the stuff that they're saying tonight, it's delusional. And I understand the pain that they're going to feel at the moment. But what happened with 2017 and the relatively successful result in 2017, it's camouflaged, I think, this reality that it's as if their politics, if you go around saying to people, we don't want your votes, we don't want your help, bugger off, you're just a Tory, don't be surprised if they go and vote for the Tories. So the way that they conduct the politics, and yes, there's lots in Labour's manifesto that's popular.
Is your party heading for a civil war?
Well, I hope not, because it's so obvious what has to happen.
Not to a lot of Labour members?
No, maybe not, but let me tell you something
briefly,
else.
we talk about?
Well, there's Mr Lansman over there, right? You're going to talk to him in a minute. And they're delusional if they think the public are going to support their politics. And let me just have this one fact.
Quickly.
One fact. If Boris Johnson runs the full term, it will have been 50 years since any Labour leader other than Tony Blair won a general election. Can they let that sink into their heads and possibly start to reroute their politics back where people live their lives?
Well, I wish John Lansman was coming to sit here. We could continue.
Well, he's got a lot to answer for.
All right, but he's actually over there with Hugh. So, Alistair Campbell, I thank you. And we go back to Hugh.
Well, don't move, guys, and don't move, Alistair, because I'm going to ask John, who's been chair of Momentum since 2015, John, let's have a response to the pretty damning readout that Alistair's just given us of why Labour's in this position.
Well, Alistair wants to root our politics where the people are, but that isn't what he did over Brexit, is it? He wanted Labour to have a more pro-Remain policy than we've actually had under Jeremy Corbyn. And I think the result of that would have been worse tonight if we'd have had it that way.
You think so?
Well, I do, because you look at what happened. You know, OK, we haven't had that many results from Remain areas, but if you look at if places like Putney are anything to go by, we are doing well there in Remain areas. We are doing badly in Leave areas. I think this was primarily about Brexit. I think it's true that Jeremy's brand, if you like, was damaged by Brexit primarily. Right. Because, unfortunately, it was such a difficult path to travel. I think he took the right route through it. It's easy to criticise it when we're doing badly, but actually he took a route which I think probably has maximised the support in Leave areas. I know that it's bad, but it was always going to be bad. Right. And I just disagree with him.
I mean, we had John McDonnell, Alistair, we had John McDonnell on just at the start talking to Andrew, saying that, basically admitting that the Brexit strategy, was a bit of an impossible one to carry off, really, partly because he felt under pressure from all sides. And your view on the Brexit strategy has been very clear. And John says that's partly responsible for why Labour's where it's at.
Listen, I accept Brexit's been a difficulty for all of the parties, but what's happened is that you've had a sense of a leader who hasn't led on it, who's been dragged to a position that he's clearly uncomfortable with. And if it's all about Brexit, and I think it's fascinating that John, having said that the election wasn't about Brexit, now suddenly it is all about Brexit. In Scotland, where somebody has actually shown leadership, that's what the country was crying out for on Brexit, not sort of trying to balance it as some sort of tactical inconvenience and not talking about it during the campaign. And Johnson got away with his slogan, "Get Brexit done," because you didn't take part of his strategy either.
Is that fair?
Well, look, I think we did try and change the agenda from Brexit to other things.
That's my point.
We did a lot of testing our messaging. I say we, Momentum, which obviously I'm involved in. Actually, the messages on the NHS and public services did work. They didn't work enough. And so we did, I think ultimately it's clear that we failed to change the agenda sufficiently.
My point is that unless you defeated them on the argument about Brexit, that he's not going to get Brexit done, then you weren't going to get heard on these other things. And that's what's happened. So on both planks of his strategy, I'm afraid, I think you have let him win.
Well, is that right?
No, I don't think it's right. I mean, another issue about rooting our politics in where people are, is if we want to change things, we have to change public attitudes. And that means making arguments about, I think, for radical new policies. By the way, these aren't extreme policies. They're actually traditional social democratic policies. Public ownership of the things that we were proposing to take into, of the industries we're proposing to take into public ownership, are commonly in the public sector in many other European countries. It's not that radical. We were not proposing to increase public expenditure or the share of the economy in public ownership, beyond anything like to the extent that it was in the 70s.
John, there's Jeremy Corbyn there arriving at the Count in Islington. This is just happening now. And while we're looking at him, because clearly he'll have taken in the extent of the defeat that the exit poll, now the projection is putting forward. He's waving as he's coming in. These are live images from the Count in Islington. And as we look at these images, John, I'm bound to ask you the direct question. Are you calling on him to stand down?
I think Jeremy will make his own decisions. I'm sure he's thinking about these things, and he will make his own decisions as is right.
What would you expect?
I do not think we have to rush into this. We need a period of reflection. I think we were far too quick to rush into leadership elections in 2010 and 2015. We needed more reflection. Actually, the interregnums didn't help us on either of those occasions. I think we can. If Jeremy chooses to go, as he may, then I think we should have a leadership election in the spring, and he may well wish to stay on. We haven't got a deputy leader anymore, so he may well
want to
choose
face
to stay
Prime
on
Minister's questions against Boris Johnson?
Actually,
after this
Boris
kind of
Johnson
result?
was scared to face him in this election campaign, scared to debate the arguments. But Jeremy Corbyn, I'm sure, would be perfectly willing to face him when they bring their withdrawal bill next week.
So, John, it's clear you think that Jeremy Corbyn should hang on for a while the party sort of works out what to do. But I'm intrigued as to whether or not you think that the party will have to move on from the kinds of policies you were putting forwards. I mean, you're saying in your view they were not radical, and I just noted that you said that we have to change public attitudes. Isn't it actually that the party has to change its attitude towards the public? I mean, isn't that actually exactly the problem that Alistair Campbell was putting to you before?
I think we do listen to the public, and I think the public are actually enthusiastic about many of our policies. I think Alistair actually accepted some of that. We presented a very lengthy, bold manifesto, which was really a programme for more than a government. It was a programme for 10 years plus. Maybe we should have had a shorter manifesto. We didn't have much time to sell some of the newer policies in that. But I think that programme is right because the state of the economy, because the state of our public services, because of the threat of climate change is so dramatic that it requires drastic solutions, and we will still need them at the next election.
I'm pausing you a second, John, sorry, and I will bring Alan Duncan in as well in a second. Alan, you've been very patient. But because we're on these images in Islington, Nick Robinson is there. Nick, what's the sense of what's going on there, Nick? What are you sensing there, and just in terms of the mood music around the Labour leader?
Well, extraordinarily sombre, Hugh. The Labour leader has arrived here at a leisure centre in his constituency, just a few hundred yards away from where he lives. He knows this place incredibly well. He must have dreamt of arriving here to cheering crowds, to the expectation that he might become Prime Minister. But instead he comes here knowing that his days in control of the Labour Party are coming to an end. Will they end tonight? Probably not, but they will end in the next few days, whatever allies like John Lansman say. The Corbyn era in the Labour Party is over. The argument that you've been having in the studio is really whether his people, the people he brought into the Labour Party, the people who control the Labour Party at the moment, can they cling on to control even as Mr Corbyn waves goodbye to the leadership of the Labour Party? That is the argument taking place. And as I look down now here on Jeremy Corbyn, who is standing just below me, I'm on the gallery, the balcony, just above him. He's talking to people he's worked with and been with for not just years, but decades. And that's why the hugs are coming here. You can see as he looks at them, he grips them by the arm, he hugs them as if to say, it is all now coming to an end. Not, of course, here in Islington North. He'll have a huge majority here. It's a very safe Labour seat. But the Corbyn project, the belief that his brand of socialism could take the Labour Party into government, that project is over, at least for him.
When we look at these images, and Sir Alan Duncan is with me, the former Foreign Office Minister and the former Conservative MP. I'm just thinking, Alan, when you look at this campaign, which has led, we now think, to this result, which is a big majority for Boris Johnson, someone you've been critical of in the past, what are your thoughts on how it's got to this point?
Well, I think my first comment is that I've decided that John is my new best friend, because I think that he has done
very happy about that.
played such an enormous role in making the Labour Party unelectable. And I think he's pretty well destroyed it for many, many years. I don't think this has just been about Brexit. I mean, I think that actually Jeremy Corbyn was never a credible future Prime Minister. And of course, on Brexit, he didn't really have a clear view, so he demolished himself on that as well. I think for us, we're obviously going to have reversals in Scotland, and I think there is some pressure in London. For instance, Mike Freer in Finchley, I very much hope he holds his seat, but there may be some pressure there. But there's a very interesting phenomenon here, which I think could redefine British politics, which is that something has happened on the back of Brexit, which I, for one, I think is something I've been wanting to see for many years, is that we have gained appeal in working class areas in the Midlands and the North, which for far too long the Labour Party have taken for granted. And so the challenge for us now is to make sure that we can bank that, if you like, in a sort of Disraelian way, for future years and future elections. And that means that we have to have competence in government and clarity of policy to say that people who have voted Conservative are not just going to say, thank you, I've done it because we got Brexit, but will say thank you in the future because Conservatives have delivered on broader policies in those areas. And that is a massive challenge, I think, for a Boris Johnson government.
Okay, let's go straight back to Islington and Nick Robinson.
Hugh, what is striking, look at these images, that I was with the Labour leader just a couple of days ago in Carlisle, and still there was the remnants of what you saw 2 years ago in 2017, cheering crowds, the chants of, oh, Jeremy Corbyn, now quite different. Silence here. Jeremy Corbyn is looking up at me now, as it happens actually on the gallery. He's talking with people he's known for many years, but there's none of the exuberance, none of the excitement, none of the chanting. This is the Corbyn of 10, 20, 30 years ago. A modest, low-key constituency member of Parliament, loved by the people who work with him here in Islington North. But gone is the aura of leadership. Gone is the sense that this is an alternative Prime Minister. Gone is the idea that this is a man who carries the vision that can carry Labour into the office. What he knows, what they know, what those people watching know, is he looks set to do worse than Michael Foot in 1983. It is a shocking fall from the heights that he was at just a couple of years ago.
Nick, many thanks. And as we look at these images from Islington, we'll get another sense of the Labour reaction because Andrew's talking to one of the Labour candidates as well.
Indeed, thanks, Hugh. We're going to Leeds now. We're going to speak to the Labour Shadow Justice Secretary, Richard Bergen. Welcome to the programme. It looks like you're going down to a pretty. Looks like you're going down to a pretty bad defeat. What's caused it?
Well, it does look like a bad defeat, and we need to analyse objectively where we lost the votes, in which part of the country, and which parties we lost them to. And I'm very concerned about what people in my constituency and across the country are going to face with 5 years of a Thatcherite Prime Minister in the shape of Boris Johnson. In terms of what's gone wrong, we need to analyse it objectively, but it seems to me that the primary reason is that because this became a Brexit election, it became an election which the Brexit issue overshadowed traditional party loyalties.
Was it all down to Brexit and nothing to do with Jeremy Corbyn?
Well, in the 2017 general election, we had a very similar manifesto, the same leader, and we gained 3 million votes. Fast forward 2 years later, and we haven't done very well at all, and it's a very worrying result indeed. So the things
Actually, you had a much more radical manifesto this time. There was a lot more spending, a lot more tax rises, and a lot more borrowing. In 2017, you were not saying you would take 10% of every company employing more than 250 people. It was a more radical manifesto. Has that not played any part in the results tonight?
In terms of when I was going around my own constituency and other constituencies around the country, people weren't complaining about our policies of taking rail, mail and water into public ownership. They weren't complaining about the policy of a £10 an hour minimum wage or stopping privatisation of the NHS. They were raising the issue of Brexit, and it does appear that people wanted to get Brexit done. So I think that seems to me to be the main thing that's changed. Similar manifesto, same leader in the last 2 general elections.
So let me just get this right. Tonight you've lost Lee. It's been Labour since 1922. You've lost Wrexham. It's been Labour since 1935. You lost Blythe Valley. It's been Labour since 1950. You lost Darlington, Labour since 1992. You've lost Stoke Central, Labour since 1935. We haven't got the result, but your candidate admitted he's lost. And you're saying that's got all down to Brexit and nothing to do with Jeremy Corbyn and John McDonnell and the kind of policies they've espoused.
Of course, the Murdoch press, the Sun newspaper, and also the Daily Mail have done a very good job of making people think that Jeremy Corbyn, a decent man, is some kind of threat to national security, some kind of terrorist even, or racist when he's
Is that the
quite
best you can
reverse.
do? It's the fault of the media. It's the fault of the media. It's the fault of Brexit. It's not the fault of the people in control of your party. Is that it?
If the right-wing newspapers, if it didn't work when they do that, they wouldn't bother wasting their time or expertise on money on that. But I think the primary reason was this was a Brexit election. But we need to analyse objectively and soberly.
You've said that.
For example, between 1997 and 2010, we lost 5 million votes when Labour supported policies of cuts and policies of war. We had to analyse why we lost those votes to get them back. In the same way, after tonight, we need to analyse objectively where we lost those votes, how we lost those votes, and how to get them back. But facing 5 years...
But let me ask you this, because...
But facing five...
I mean, you're not really telling me anything at the moment. Let me ask you this. Do you think in 5 years' time, the Labour Party should fight the election with broadly the same manifesto, same policy stance that it's had in this election?
This election was a Brexit election.
That's
the next
it.
election won't be. This election was a Brexit election. The next election won't be a Brexit election. And I think after 5 years of Thatcherite government, there is no future for the Labour Party in supporting some kind of triangulation or some kind of watered-down version of austerity.
You stick with Corbynism.
I think our policies were very popular. People weren't complaining to me about our policies in this election.
Do you stick with Mr. Corbyn?
Well, Jeremy will issue a statement in due course and make a decision in due course.
What's your
I think
view?
It's too early to be speculating.
If he calls and asks for your advice, what's your advice?
He will make his mind up. I think it's... and he can speak for himself on this matter.
No, I wasn't asking for him. I was
asking
for your
speculation.
View. But clearly I'm not going to get it, but that's fine. It's late at night and you've got your count to go back to.
My view...
You're going to answer the question?
My view is that Jeremy Corbyn is a far more decent, progressive and effective person than many of his cheap and tawdry critics in the press and in the Conservative Party.
That's fine, but it doesn't answer my question. We'll leave it there. I'm sure we'll get to return to it in the days ahead. Let's go back to Hugh. Thank you.
Andrew, many thanks once again. And lots of results coming in, some very interesting gains and losses. And Rita has been looking at some of the latest ones for us. If we cross our newsroom and go to our results centre, Rita can take us through the results that she's picked out there.
Yes, the results coming in thick and fast now, Hugh, and we've got a selection here. A couple of holds. Ian Duncan-Smith, former Conservative leader, of course, has hung on in Chingford and Woodford, there on the Essex borders. He's had his majority cut in half. His majority is now around 1,200, but he's hung on there. Canterbury, you don't quite see it on the board yet, but we are hearing that that is a Labour hold for Rosie Duffield. But a couple of seats that have changed hands. Stockton South is a Labour loss and a Conservative gain, and Blackpool South, same story there. The Labour Party has lost this to the Conservatives. As you can see, this was a Labour seat for the past 2 decades. The Conservatives have tonight picked up half of the vote share, and the new MP is Scott Benton for the Conservatives. Let's just take a little look at what's happened to the share of the vote, and a familiar story now by this time of the night. The Labour share of the vote down by 12 points, the Conservatives up by 7, and the Brexit Party putting in a decent performance here on 6 points. Now, I just want to show you a pattern that is now emerging about the difference in which, in the way in which Leave Britain and Remain Britain has been voting when it comes to the performance of the Conservatives and Labour. So we have talked about, when we talk about strong Leave seats, we mean seats where 60% or more of the electorate voted for Leave, and similarly in Remain seats. Now, if you compare the Labour performance here, Labour are performing much less well in the strongly Leave seats, down by 12 percentage points, down in the Remain seats as well, but down by less. By contrast, the Conservatives are performing better in the strongly Leave seats, up by 5 percentage points. They're down by 3 points in the Remain seats, but not by as much as Labour. And that is why we are seeing this strong, by and large, strong Conservative performance across the board here, with Labour down in both sets of seats.
Rita, many thanks. And some interesting trends there. Another result that Jeremy Corbyn will be relieved about, because in Canterbury, in Kent, it's a Labour hold, and Rosie Duffield has been re-elected there. Elected by a bit of a surprise, really, back in 2017. Lots of students, of course, voting in Canterbury itself. Anna Firth in second place, a local barrister, but a Labour hold there. On a turnout of 75%. Now, we haven't seen turnouts like that in many places. A majority of 1,800 for Labour on 48% of the vote. 3% ahead there for Labour. And in a while, maybe John can talk a bit about, John Landsman, who's here, can talk a bit about the different patterns of voting in some of these areas. Canterbury, of course, being an area which voted 45% Leave to 54% Remain. So that's part of the thinking. The swing here is 1.4% from Conservative to Labour. What I'd like to do at this point, before I bring my guest back in again, is take stock in Northern Ireland, because there are some very significant contests taking place there. And Emma Vardy is there for us. We're looking at quite a few of the seats there, Emma, including Belfast North, where, of course, Nigel Dodds, the DUP leader at Westminster, is standing. What's the latest intelligence you're getting there?
Well, Hugh, it seems like we could be close to a very dramatic result here in Belfast. The North Belfast constituency has been one of the headline battles, a bitter and savage battle of this campaign between the DUP and Sinn Féin. And we have senior sources of both parties telling the BBC that Sinn Féin's John Finucane may have unseated the DUP's leader in Westminster, Nigel Dodds. Now, if that proves to be correct, that will be a huge blow for the DUP. Nigel Dodds is a veteran politician who's been the MP for North Belfast for 18 years. He's been very prominent for the DUP throughout the Brexit negotiations in Westminster. What happened in this general election was unprecedented, a pact between nationalist parties stepping aside for each other in certain seats in order to maximise nationalist or pro-Remain votes. And if Sinn Féin have won North Belfast, well, it means that the DUP's Nigel Dodds will have fallen victim to one of those pacts, because in his constituency, well, the SDLP, the other nationalist party here in Northern Ireland, and the Green Party stepped aside to give Sinn Féin a clear run at it. Now, as I say, it's been a very, very close contest, been getting really bitter between the two sides on the streets. Not completely confirmed yet, but multiple sources now saying that John Finucane for Sinn Féin may well have unseated Nigel Dodds. Now, just a bit about John Finucane. The name Finucane is pretty famous here in Northern Ireland, synonymous with the era of the Troubles. John Finucane's father was a solicitor who was murdered by loyalist paramilitaries during the Troubles. John Finucane, he is a solicitor himself, the Lord Mayor of Belfast. And really, Sinn Féin threw everything at this battle to try to unseat the DUP's Nigel Dodds. If that has happened, well, this has the makings of a pretty bad night for the DUP.
That's intriguing. And Emma, we'll be back with you as soon as we get any news of that. That's in Belfast North. Let's go to Richmond in southwest London, and Geeta Gurumurthy is there for us. And that's an interesting context for us, of course, just in terms of the Lib Dems and the Conservatives. Geeta, what's going on?
Well, yes, Zach Goldsmith is defending a very, very tiny majority. He won by only 45 votes. We are expecting that result within the next 10 to 15 minutes, possibly half an hour. And the word is that Zach Goldsmith is going to be unseated. The Liberal Democrats are expecting to win. Both sides expecting something in the order of between 6,000 to 8,000 votes. A big, big win for the Liberal Democrats. And Richmond is a massive Remain seat. All sides have said that the biggest issue on the doorstep was Brexit. And even though many people in this pretty affluent part of London will have been worried about Jeremy Corbyn and worried that a Lib Dem vote was was going to put him in power. I think perhaps possibly the polls, giving the Tories a reasonable lead in the last few weeks, have allowed people to have the confidence to say we will still back the Lib Dems. The seat has always switched between the Tories and the Lib Dems, but of course Zac Goldsmith has represented it since 2010 almost consistently, apart from when he stood down over the Heathrow Airport issue, and then he lost by a very small majority again there to the Lib Dems. But tonight it looks as though Zac Goldsmith, a big ally of course of Boris Johnson, is going to be unseated, and that's despite a lot of Conservative effort going into this seat, including Carrie Simons coming down here several times to campaign on behalf of Zac Goldsmith, who is of course, we know, a friend of the Prime Minister.
Geeta, many thanks again. Geeta Gurumurthy there for us in Richmond. Alan, would that be a surprise if Zac Goldsmith is defeated by that margin?
By that margin, yes. I mean, I think obviously it was going to be a very vulnerable seat, and he was a very well-known Brexit figure in a very strongly Remain seat. So we've got the London factor there. But meanwhile, we've also got the result in Wolverhampton North East, which is a Conservative gain. And I think that reinforces the pattern we're seeing this evening, which will determine this victory and its scale, I think, which is us doing very well in Labour-held seats in the Midlands and the North. And that is the main determinant, I think, of what will be the national picture at the end of tonight.
When people talk about accelerating the Brexit process now, with the Prime Minister who's going to have a very decent working majority, what do you think the implications of that are? And is it going to be possible to accelerate it to the extent that things can be tied up in terms of a future agreement with the EU by the end of 2020? Are you one of those people who thinks that that's remotely practicable?
Well, I think that the big thing we're seeing is that we are escaping from the deadlock of the last few months, which has caused a degree of paralysis in government, almost making us ungovernable. And I think we will now be able to govern. And to have a comfortable majority, let's say what it is, 50, 60, we don't know, is plenty to be able to have a functioning government and do it well. So I am absolutely convinced, and let's face it, he got the withdrawal agreement and it was voted positively on once and then delayed because they wouldn't do a timetable thing. It was supported, then thwarted, if you like. But he will be able to get that important, really massive, significant stage through before Christmas, I think. And I think that is going to change the whole dynamics of our national politics. First of all, Boris is the dominant political figure, and he actually has been since he was elected leader in July. He filled the space in August, he's dominated the campaign, he is the biggest personality on the pitch. He's going to have a solid government, and he's going to be able now to get us out of the total obsession with Brexit, to be able to govern across the whole waterfront of domestic and foreign policy, which, let's face it, has been absent for the last few months because of Brexit.
But Alan Duncan, you were one of the very many Conservatives who was absolutely scathing about Boris Johnson, both just before he went into number 10 and then once he was there. Why do you think you got it so wrong?
I think that I was a loyalist. I support Prime Ministers. So I supported Prime Minister Theresa May when she was trying to get the deal through. And as I said to Boris, absolutely directly, and he knows this, once he became leader and then Prime Minister, I support him. And I think that this has been a massive vindication of him as a personality. The scale of this majority, I think, gives him massive personal authority, which he has now earned and proved, and we've got to turn that now into competent government. And that is actually a bigger challenge. Perhaps we're not focusing enough on now what you do in government, because we've got to satisfy those who have supported us, not just on the issue of Brexit, but I think on broader domestic policy in some of these tough Labour areas of the North and the Midlands, as well as re-establishing our authority on the world stage beyond just the United States. Now, I think we can do that with the majority that it looks as though we're getting tonight.
But do you think he's up to it now? Because, I mean, you were his colleague at the Foreign Office, but you've been quite clear in public that you had real doubts about whether or not he is the kind of person almost who ought to be Prime Minister, who could take on that kind of task you've just outlined.
I think actually, since he got there, he has become almost a different person. I mean, I think that when you're striving to get somewhere and you're stuck in the horrors of Brexit division, it's very, very difficult. But he can now be his own man. And there have been a lot of comments in the media over what are his real politics in terms of him being a social liberal or not. Now, I actually think that he is. I mean, he is a social liberal. OK, he's been very hard and strong on the issue of Brexit, but actually it's that certainty which I think can be said to have won him this election. But now I think he can govern with authority, and I think that we have to govern as one party and not have any longer factions within the parliamentary party which think that they can hold the leader to ransom. They can't now hold him to ransom. He is his own man, he's got the numbers, and he can lead.
Let's take a pause there, because what I want to do is to get a quick reminder from Jeremy of where we are in terms of the battleground, and then we'll get some more reaction to what the results are across the country.
Hugh, yes, looking at the Conservative targets. So we've got different battleground boards, but this is the one where all the action is tonight, isn't it? Because it's the seats the Conservatives had their eyes on from the start of this election. We've coloured them in as they were coloured at the last general election, 2017, and you can see the smallest majorities start here, and obviously the party that held them in 2017 is the colour of the name. So, what's been happening? Well, you'll see immediately that the board gets washed in blue. Now, where the blue is faint, it's a projection still. Where it's solid, as in Canterbury or Peterborough, then it's a result. So, yes, we're projecting that Labour hold Kensington, but then the Conservatives take a whole slew of seats, and Ashfield and Stroud and Bishop Auckland and so on, and Peterborough and Coal Valley, they're all projected to go. Lincoln, Portsmouth, South. But this board is only seats 1 to 32. So this is just at the very start of what the Conservatives would have been hoping for in this election night. Bear in mind, they actually only needed 8 seats, in addition to the ones Theresa May won, to get a majority. Let's see how far down the board they've gone. So I bring on the next board now, and this is seats 33 to 64. And again, you see a lot of blue. So they've taken Wrexham and they've taken Vale of Clwyd. And you can see also the faint blue showing projections. Yes, Labour back in Gower, but losing Blackpool South and losing Darlington. And you see lots and lots of blue coming down this board. A few more seats staying red here. We've got Enfield Southgate, Gedling, Bury North, London affecting Enfield, of course. But the Conservatives reaching deep into Labour territory, no more so than here in Workington, with a majority in thousands, and they took that just about, what, an hour and a half ago? So let's go further. Let's have a look now at seat 65 on. You wouldn't expect normally to be having rich pickings in this area of the battle board, but that's exactly what the Conservatives have got. So Birmingham, Northfield, we project. Faint blue means they've taken it, we think. We'll find out later. Bridgend, Halifax, Holly Lynch and Halifax out. Don Valley was Caroline Flint's seat. Bolsover, Dennis Skinner's, all of those. Bath, interestingly, we project. You see the Lib Dem flash, staying orange for the Lib Dems. Bury South then, staying red. Here it gets harder to win these seats, and we have a look down, see what else. Wolverhampton, North East, Emma Reynolds' seat. That goes blue under our... Oh, there's a result there. Innismon, again, a result we've had. So we're looking down here and we're seeing the Conservatives even as far down as seat 96, taking them in our projection. Seat 96 being Sedgefield. Lancaster and Fleetwood, by the way, we have as the Conservatives not taking. That's a 6,500 majority. Normally, they wouldn't have a prayer there. So let's go further. I tell you what, let's look for Lee. Lee is the most startling result so far. Where is it on our board? Well, we go down here and we're on seats 97, 98, 99, 100. So Burnley goes Conservative. That's over 100th target there. Bradford South and so on. They're reaching deep, aren't they? Here, the Conservatives into Labour territory. Hartlepool staying red. Wirral South staying red, getting a bit easier for Labour to hold on here. Blythe Valley, the first result we had in, there it is, going blue. And we look further, we still can't find Lee, where that huge result was earlier. So we have to go to one more board. This just shows you the extent of the Conservatives' reach into Labour's areas here. And it's seat 132 is Lee. Isn't that amazing? Seat 132 they've gained on their target list. And from that point on, Labour start to hold the seats you would expect them to. The majorities are in the thousands. They're above, on that board, above 10,000 in some of those seats. Let's have a look, if we can, just finally here, at the Conservative defence. Is there any crumb of comfort here for Labour. These are Conservative seats that were under attack by Labour. You would expect them in this election to hold nearly all of them where Labour was in second place last time. As we look down, yeah, one ray of light for Labour. There we are, the gain of Putney. But at the moment, nothing else to write home about. So, Hugh, it's a very dramatic picture on that battle board, isn't it?
It certainly is, Jeremy. And, you know, when you start to think about seats like Bishop Auckland, you really do realise what's going on here. And that's what I'd like to do now, is just have a look at that result. I'm just picking on this one. I mean, there are so many out there which are illustrating what's going on. But Bishop Auckland has been Labour since 1935. I first met the MP for Bishop Auckland, who was Derek Foster at the time, who was Labour's chief whip. This seat goes back to the 30s. I think Hugh Dalton, the Labour Chancellor, was representing Bishop Auckland. Well, look, it's gone Conservative. This is in County Durham. The new MP is Dehenna Davidson, taking the seat on over 24,000 votes. This is not some small win. This is not some whisker majority. Look at that. A majority of 7,962, 36% to Labour. What's happened to Labour's vote? Let's see. Down by 12%, the Tories up by 7%. Brexit Party as well taking votes, probably from Labour as well, in order for that result to work out. And the swing in Bishop Auckland, of all places, from Labour to the Conservatives is 9.5%. And I'm bound to turn to John Landsman at this point and say, John, you know, when you see Bishop Auckland going Conservative, what's going through your mind?
Well, it's, of course, extremely depressing to see places which were devastated by Thatcher now voting Conservative. That is, of course, devastating. But what you're seeing, I think, is not as simple as Alan was saying. It's not, or at least maybe we need to do more analysis. It's not North and Midlands, you know, in one way, and the South a different way. It's because, you know, there are a number of seats that we've seen recently in Liverpool where there have been swings from the Conservatives to Labour. You know, or in other cases, you know, very low swings to the Conservatives. In Remain seats, and those are, I suspect, Remain seats. There are Remain seats in the South as well, Canterbury, Battersea, Putney, where we're seeing swings to Labour.
Okay, John. I'm going to pause you there for a second, sorry, because I know the Chancellor's waiting to speak to Andrew, so let's join Andrew now.
Thanks, Hugh. We are. We're going to Worcestershire in the West Midlands, the constituency of Bromsgrove, which has just returned the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Sajid Javid. Of course, the West Midlands has been fertile territory for the Conservatives tonight. They're picking up a lot of seats there. Chancellor, did you expect to do this well across the country, across England?
Well, Andrew, can I just say I haven't officially been returned yet, unless you know something that I don't. I'm still waiting for my result, but I am optimistic.
Well, I tell you, you're quite right. But I think from what we've seen so far, it's not in huge doubts.
Unless they've just done it without me.
But what I was trying to find out was, did you expect this result to be picking up so many of these Labour seats?
Look, of course, we don't have the final result yet. It's still a projection, but it is, of course, incredibly encouraging this evening. And, you know, I didn't know what to expect going into this. We went in there fighting for every single vote. And I think our approach, clearly, it looks like it's paid off. Our message has got through. People have rejected utterly the division that was offered by Jeremy Corbyn and John McDonnell, Diane Abbott and the others. And they want unity. They want this country to move forward. Of course, they want Brexit done. It looks like that is one of the messages from the result, and that's great that we can move forward in that way. But they want so much more else. They wanted a government that listens to them, and hopefully, if this is confirmed, then it is a Conservative majority government. That is exactly what they are going to get.
Well, you did fight this election on getting Brexit done. But of course, you haven't got Brexit done. And even if you pass a withdrawal agreement, you then go into some rather difficult and detailed negotiations on what our future partnership will be with the European Union. And we don't really know the shape of what you're going for.
Well, what we do know, of course, is that we have an exit deal. We had that before, but we couldn't get it through. They paralysed.
No, I know all that. I'm asking,
I'm
asking about the future. And tell us the shape of this future partnership deal that you're going to get.
Well, the first thing is to get the exit deal through, and we will start that process in Parliament. Again, if the results tonight are confirmed, I have to caveat it that way.
No, I understand that.
We
but
will
let's
start
take that
process.
that's going to
and
happen.
Once we've got that
what
through,
then
and
happens?
If we get that deal through Parliament, which we will with a majority, then of course we move to the next phase, which is to get the excellent trade deal that we've negotiated the principles of, that we've set out, and we will get that through Parliament, and we will do that next year. And now, if the majority is the kind of majority that is suggested tonight, I'm incredibly confident that we will get that through Parliament, and we will be having the smoothest of all exits from the EU, where we'll still be, have that friendly relationship with our European friends, but we can move forward with Brexit, but also we have the bandwidth to focus on so much else, the NHS and hospitals and policing,
the election's over. I don't want to litigate all that again. We've had 5 weeks of that. A lot of blue-collar workers, a lot of working-class Labour voters voted for your party tonight. Are you preparing a budget that's going to reward them, that will give these people something worth their vote?
Well, I stood up on stage a few months back at our party conference and said that we are the party of the working class.
Yeah, but what are you going to do for them?
What we are. And I think the message that is come, well, look at our manifesto, and I think people have been looking at this and they've reflected on that, and that's why I think we're seeing the night that we have. So, for example, we've said in the first budget that I'll have in February, we're going to be cutting taxes for working people, the national insurance cut. We've announced further increases in the national living wage. We'll have it, and clearly this has been an important part of our message. I think that it's got through, but people also naturally in casting their vote have compared what we've said to the nonsense that was spewed out by the Labour Party and the numbers that just did not add up. And the Labour Party, sadly, they took people for fools,
we've had
and
enough
the people
about the
have
Labour
given them
Party.
their verdict.
Are you staying as Chancellor? Has Mr. Johnson confirmed you'll stay as Chancellor?
Not yet. Let's see what the results are tonight, and then I hope that in a few hours tomorrow morning we will see Boris Johnson back as Prime Minister, and then one of the first things he'll do is set out his government.
Very well. Okay, we'll let you get back to your account and see the result. Back to you, Hugh.
Very interesting, Andrew. Thanks very much. Well, some remarkable results coming through. Why don't we just catch up very quickly with Rita, who can take us through some of the really notable results that have been flowing through in the last half hour or so.
More evidence here of red seats turning blue and of the Conservatives taking real chunks out of the Labour heartland, traditional Labour heartland. Seats like Redcar, which was a Tory target, 143. Burnley, which was Tory target, 104. West Bromwich West, Wolverhampton North East and Haywood and Middleton, all going Conservative from Labour. And I also want to point out Ynys-Môn, which the Conservatives have taken off Labour. Now that's also really interesting because Plaid Cymru was targeting that seat very heavily, and the Greens and the Liberal Democrats had stood aside for Plaid, but that had made no difference. The Conservatives have got that too. But I just want to show you some detail on Redcar. This was Mo Molam's old seat, you remember, in the 1990s. Well, now Jacob Young, 26 years old, he's become the Conservative MP for Redcar. And I want to show you what's happened to Labour's share of the vote here. Look at that, down by 18 points. And the Conservatives up 13. Brexit Party also getting 7% of the vote there. And this is interesting because our analysis is suggesting that Labour's vote is falling by twice as much in the most working class areas compared to the least working class areas. So something really very decisive going on there. And I just want to show you quickly the exit poll compared to the results so far. And as you can see, the exit poll was really pretty accurate. Labour's vote share down by 9% in the results so far. We were forecasting earlier 10%. Conservatives 2 to 3%. Lib Dems on 3%. So as you can see, the exit poll, the forecast that we had earlier in the evening, pretty accurate given the results that we've got.
Rita, thanks very much. We'll go to the news in a second, but just as we were looking at Rita taking us through some of those results, Laura and I were just basically jaw-dropping, weren't we?
Well, if you look at just the parts of the country where these have gone red to blue, red to blue, red to blue, red to blue, there are parts of the country where, for decades, you just would have thought somebody was telling you complete nonsense if you'd suggested that they could ever go away from the Labour Party. Because it's not just about the kind of immediate policy here, there and everywhere. It's also about culture. These are parts of the country that are absolutely drenched in red. People's heritage, people's heartlands, to use that terrible political phrase. And we've seen time and again so far tonight them just flipping over to the other side. And for a whole variety of reasons. Brexit, part of it. Jeremy Corbyn's leadership, part of it. We know that. Anti-Semitism, part of it. We know that. But I think the Labour Party is going to be starting tonight on a very serious battle for its soul and for trying to find a way where they might be able to move those kinds of seats back in order to get to a position where they may well be able to get back to government. Because remember, this is the 4th general election defeat in a row for the Labour Party. This is not just about, oh, well, it didn't quite work out with the Corbyn project as people had hoped. This is about successive defeats and perhaps never really looking deeply enough at how the country was changing, and they perhaps weren't responding to that.
Laura, let's have a look at some of the new projections that we have, because we've been adjusting the projections. The BBC forecast has slightly changed based on the results we've got coming in. So the latest figures are there for you. We are now forecasting the Conservatives on 357, which is less than the 368 we were saying earlier. Labour on 201, which is up from the 191 suggested earlier. The SNP on 55, that has stayed at the original exit poll level. The forecast for the Lib Dems is 13, that would be +1. For Plaid Cymru, 4. Which would be +1, and for the Greens it'll be 1, and the Brexit Party on nothing, and the others on 19. So that's the projection we have on the wall of Broadcasting House at 3 o'clock in the morning on this election night, and you're watching Election 2019. Let's take a look now at the news headlines. We cross the newsroom at Broadcasting House and join my colleague Tina Dahealy.
Thanks, Hugh. Hello. With more than 200 results declared, the Conservatives seem on course for a substantial majority, heading for their biggest win since 1987. Labour's looking at its worst performance in more than 30 years. Results show them being hit hard in areas that voted leave in the referendum, but holding up in London. Jessica Parker has more.
As people take it in, it's worth remembering this is a forecast, not the final result. But it projects a big victory for Boris Johnson.
As we have outlined throughout this entire campaign, the focus has been on Brexit. You know, we've had that gridlock in Parliament. We want to get Brexit done. You've heard the Prime Minister say this. Get it done before Christmas, introduce the legislation and get that moving.
They're delighted. The Tories have made inroads into Labour heartlands that voted leave, including unseating a shadow cabinet member in Cumbria.
Tonight, Workington constituency has elected its first Conservative Member of Parliament since 1979. The people of Workington, Cockermouth, Silloth, Maryport, Aspertria and all the villages in between have a message that they want me to take to Westminster. They want me to get Brexit done.
Labour's Brexit policy has been under scrutiny in this campaign, with claims it could alienate Leave voters.
Basically being ignored is not a good recipe, and I think democracy prevails. Ignored democracy, and to be quite honest, the consequences will come back and bite you up the backside.
A gain for Labour in London, though, taking Putney off the Tories, but questions now loom over his leadership.
I'm not going to sit here and scalp Jeremy Corbyn on the television for anyone, because that's all the headline will be. And actually what I want to say is that the Labour Party tonight, we have failed to meet the test of the public, and in doing that we fail the people who we aim to serve, and that is heartbreaking.
For the Lib Dems, the surge they hoped for isn't looking likely, and no joy for the Brexit Party in one of their main target areas. And while there's still a way to go tonight, the campaign is over. The finish line in sight. Jessica Parker, BBC News.
The SNP are doing well in Scotland, where the exit poll predicts them gaining 20 seats. That would be a tally of 55 seats out of 59. The SNP's first gain of the night was taking the Glasgow seat of Rutherglen and Hamilton West from Labour. They've also gained Angus from the Conservatives. In Northern Ireland, the Democratic Unionist Party is having a bad night. In the last few minutes, Deputy Leader Nigel Dodds has lost his North Belfast seat to Sinn Féin's John Finucane, and the DUP could also lose South Belfast to the nationalist SDLP. The Conservatives are making significant gains in Wales. They've taken 3 seats in the North East Wrexham, the Vale of Clwyd and Clwyd South, all from Labour. Plaid Cymru have held on to Arfon and is running neck and neck with the Liberal Democrats in Ceredigion. The declaration is expected later in Boris Johnson's Uxbridge and South Ruislip constituency. While they are waiting, his rival candidates Lord Buckethead and Count Binface have been providing entertainment for those gathering to hear the result. And while you're watching us, you can get more information from BBC News online. Our live page has all the latest results as they come in and real-time analysis from the experts. Follow it all live on our website and the BBC News app. Now it's back to election 2019.
Well, basically, we have 227 seats declared and 422 to go. So we are in a position now, because of Sir John Curtis's detailed work on the results that have come in, to adjust the original figures we gave you, the original projections, and they are suggesting a slightly smaller Conservative majority than the one we were suggesting at the start of the evening. But I'm going to let Jeremy Vine tell us all about it.
Hugh, yes, we've taken the Conservative numbers down a little bit, but let's have a look. Still a thumping win for Boris Johnson. Here we are inside the House of Commons. Remember, we said 326 MPs needed for an overall majority, because that's just a shade over half the House of 650 MPs. And let's see what we think is going to be the situation by the end of the night. So we have the Conservatives now, we're projecting on 357 seats. So they were 318 before this election, going up to 357. Now we see Labour. We think Labour will get beyond 200. Under our projection, they'll get over 200, 201. Still not as many as Michael Foot got in their disastrous 1983 election, because he was on 209. SNP now, a brilliant night for the SNP in Scotland. We project them on 55. Lib Dems, no progress to write home about, really, 13. Plaid Cymru, we project still on 4 by the end of the evening, and the Greens still on 1, and then the others 19, mainly Northern Ireland. So a majority projected that's a little bit down from what we suggested at the start of the night, but still very useful for Boris Johnson, a majority of 64. Hugh.
Well, Jeremy, that's certainly food for thought. And Laura and I were just looking at these revised figures and just thinking that, yes, of course, we were talking about a potential majority of 86 for the Tories at the start of the evening. That's now looking more like in the 60s. Mm-hmm. But it's still, let's be very honest about it, it's still eminently workable as a majority, and it's something that you can really do some serious things with.
Absolutely, and it's at the top range of where the Tories' sort of private range was. So conversations I've had in the last couple of days, it's been said to me they were sort of looking at anywhere between 20 and 60, hugely nervous about not getting to the lines, but 60 was sort of at the top range of the numbers that they had been looking at. And it would be, if you get to that kind of number, just a different way of doing politics than what we've had in the last sort of 9 years or so. I mean, we had the coalition, which was relatively stable, but it was two parties trying to mash together the kinds of things that they wanted to do, and they had to kind of stitch things up in between themselves, and they certainly did, but it was a period of stability. But since 2015, even with David Cameron's majority of 15, that was still he had to do deals all the time with the Brexiteers in his party, with the DUP. Then, of course, we know Theresa May, how much she had the sword hanging over her head every single waking hour that she was Prime Minister, of the powerful Brexiteer group, and also powerful former Remainers in her party. There's powerful Remainers in her cabinet who made life very difficult for her towards the end of her time in office. And if Boris Johnson gets back to Downing Street tomorrow with these kinds of numbers, that's just a completely different kind of politics, which will make his supporters feel, hurrah, how marvellous, how excited. But on the other hand, it would make a lot of people think, my goodness, what's he going to do with it? And perhaps feel quite worried about that.
Let's go to Esher, where there's a declaration taking place. No, we're not going to go to Esher, we're going to go to Richmond instead, yes?
Fullness, the Mayor of the London Borough of Richmond upon Thames, to come to the stage to make the announcement.
I, Councillor Nancy Baldwin, being the returning officer for the Richmond Park constituency, declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate is as follows. Goldsmith, Frank Zacharias, commonly known as Zach Goldsmith, the Conservative Party candidate, 26,793. Keane, Sandra Gay, Labour Party, 3,407. Olney, Sarah Jane, Liberal Democrats, 34,559. Olney, Sarah Jane, Liberal Democrats, 34,559. Shaw, Caroline Teresa, Independent, 247. Usher, John Richard, Independent, 61. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 173. The reasons for rejection were...
Well, as the returning officer goes through some of the logistics there, that is a remarkable result when you look at the size of the vote that the Lib Dems have garnered there in Richmond Park. Zach Goldsmith, the MP since 2017 and was the MP between 2010 and 2016, who attends Cabinet as Minister for the Environment, an ex-London mayoral candidate. Well, he's been very heavily defeated, really, there, when you think of the balance of the votes here. Lib Dem's Sarah Olney, who is the former MP, the MP from between 2016 and 17, well, she's been re-elected in Richmond Park for the Lib Dems on what will be for them a fantastically encouraging result. Now, look at the share of the vote. For you to see how strongly the Lib Dems have performed in this part of southwest London, a very affluent part of southwest London. 53% of the votes to the Lib Dems, 41% to the Tories, which means that the Lib Dems have put on 8 percentage points since 2017, and the Tories are down 4, and Labour are down 4. So a very interesting, just a balance of the votes there when you look at the swing from the Conservatives to the Lib Dems of 6%. So one of the wealthiest constituencies in the UK, without a doubt, and this rematch has resulted in a big gain for the Lib Dems.
Also interesting, look at the turnout there, 79%.
Yeah.
Now that's somewhere where the Lib Dems and the Tories have been fighting very, very hard. There were sort of jokes about whole forests of leaflets being delivered by the Lib Dems, detailing their green policies to put them up against Zach Goldsmith, who's famous for being an environmentalist, but using, you know, a whole forest of trees in order to sustain all the leaflets. It's been very, very hard fought by the Lib Dems there. They'll be absolutely overjoyed with that result. But what does seem to be a tricky night for them. Certainly no breakthrough, potentially going backwards. And if you think Jo Swinson herself, the party leader, may be in trouble, we think we'll get her declaration quite soon. Not so long ago, she started this campaign saying that she was genuinely a candidate to be Prime Minister.
Yeah.
So that will make them feel better, but they're not looking at a rosy night.
Indeed. Which brings us to the overall picture and the fact that I'd mentioned that we'd updated the forecast based on the results coming in. So let's go straight back to John Curtis. And John, just explain to us what the adjustments are.
Well, we started at the beginning of the night, Hugh saying 368 seats. We're now saying 357. To be honest, we know that the margin of error for an exit poll like this for the
Let's go to
top party
Islington
is
for
going to be around.
the Jeremy Corbyn result.
I, Lindsay Roberts-Segan, being the acting returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for the Islington North constituency, held on Thursday, the 12th of December 2019, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Nicholas Charles Ellsworth de Elves, known as Nick, the Incredible Flying Brick, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 236. James Clark, Conservative and Unionist Party, 5,483. Jeremy Bernard Corbyn, Labour Party, 34,603. Yosef Haim David, Brexit Party, 742. Caroline Russell, Green Party, 4,326. Nicholas Richard Wakeling, known as Nick Wakeling, Liberal Democrats, 8,415. The total number of ballots rejected is as follows. Want of an official mark, 0. Voting for more candidates than a voter is entitled, 37. Writing
So there we have the result from Islington North, and a thumping win there for Jeremy Corbyn, 34,603, a majority of 26,000, a turnout of 72%. And we'll just stay with these images because I'm sure that Mr Corbyn will have something to say. He'll thank all the returning officers and the police and all the others who've helped the count. But we are, of course, waiting to see what he says about the result, about Labour's performance under his leadership at this general election. So let's join Mr Corbyn now.
Thank you. Could I start by saying a huge thank you to the returning officer and all the staff and the police that have ensured a fair and democratic election has taken place today. And also to congratulate and thank my fellow candidates for their participation in this election. And also a very heartfelt thanks to the people of Islington North for electing me again for the 10th time to represent Islington North in Parliament. I'm very, very proud to do so, and I've learnt so much from the people of Islington North, and it's my pride and my pleasure to continue to be their representative in Parliament. I also want to thank Ruth Hayes, our agent for this election, and all of the wonderful friends, comrades and supporters in Islington North Labour Party for the huge effort they put in this election campaign, and they put in all the time to carry a message of hope and justice all over our constituency, and through me, I hope, to a wider world. The pressure on those surrounding politicians is often very, very high indeed. The media intrusion on people's lives is very high indeed. and the attacks that take place against family and loved ones of politicians continue, and they're disgraceful, and frankly, they are disgusting. I want to take this opportunity to thank my family, my close friends, and those that have been close by and been very supportive during this and every other election campaign. I want to thank my 3 sons for the huge support they give me, and thank my wife, Lara Alvarez, for all that she puts up with because of the way in which the media behave towards me, towards her, and indeed towards my party during this election campaign. And this is obviously a very disappointing night for the Labour Party with the result that we've got. But I want to say this. In the election campaign, we put forward a manifesto of hope, a manifesto of unity, and a manifesto that would help to right the wrongs and the injustices and inequalities that exist in this country. For those who need housing, those who need an effective health service that will deliver for them, and those children that need a school that is properly funded and they're not being taught in oversized classes. And a manifesto that gave hope in dealing with the environmental crisis the world faces by investing for the future through a green industrial revolution. All of those policies were extremely popular during the election campaign and remain policies that have huge popular support all across this country. However, Brexit has so polarized and divided debate in this country. It has overridden so much of a normal political debate. And I recognise that has contributed to the results that the Labour Party has received this evening all across this country. The issues of social justice and the issues of needs of people will not go away just because Brexit is dealt with in the way in which Boris Johnson presumably plans to deal with it at the moment. All those issues will come back centre stage in the debate, and the fundamental Labour message about justice and equality within our society is going to be one that is there for all time, because it's the very core of what my party believes in and what I will always advocate on behalf of my constituency and on behalf of my party. I want to also make it clear that I will not lead the party in any future general election campaign. I will discuss with our party to ensure there is a process now of reflection on this result and on the policies that the party will take going forward. And I will lead the party during that period to ensure that discussion takes place and we move on into the future. Because I'm very proud of the trust that our 500,000 members put in me to lead this party. And I'm very proud of the way that we fought this election campaign. We did not descend into the gutter. We did not undertake personal abuse. We undertook the task of getting a message of hope and justice to every part of this country. And I'm very grateful to the Labour Party in Islington North for being very tolerant of the fact that I didn't spend as much time in this election campaign in Islington as obviously I would want to do, because I've been travelling around the whole country to ensure that Labour message is put there. But I want to say this. I will remain the MP for Islington North, and I'm proud to represent the people of Islington North, and I'm proud in Parliament and outside that we will forever continue the cause for socialism, for social justice, and for a society based on the needs of all rather than the greed of a few. That is what makes our party what it is, and I'm very proud of the achievements of our party in the development of its manifesto and its ideas. And I tell you what, those ideas and those principles are eternal, and they will be there for all time. I thank the people of Islington North once again for putting their faith and trust in me. I will work, as I always have, to represent and defend the people of my constituency because they're very special and I owe them so much and they have all taught me so much. Thank you very much.
The scene's live at 3:30 in the morning in Islington. Jeremy Corbyn, the Labour leader, acknowledging that it is a very disappointing night for his party, announcing that he won't be leading Labour into any future general election, but then saying that he would stay on for the time being to lead the party in what he called a process of reflection, a reflection on the result and how to lead the party forward. So we won't see Jeremy Corbyn, according to that version of events, resigning anytime soon. But that's something that we can discuss with our guests in the studio, and indeed with Hilary Benn, the senior Labour figure who joins us now from Leeds. Mr. Benn, a very good morning to you. Thanks for waiting to talk to us. I'm hoping...
Good morning, Hugh.
Thank you. I'm hoping that you heard the party leader speaking there. Can I have your response, first of all, to Labour's performance tonight?
I'm terribly sorry, Hugh. I am losing you as you're putting your questions and then you're coming back again. But if I may respond, I thought that was a very dignified speech from Jeremy, and he has announced that he won't be leading us into a future general election. Look, let's not beat about the bush. This is a very bad night for the Labour Party. It's a result that will come as a great disappointment to all of the thousands of members and supporters who have campaigned so hard, the people for whom our message of hope and change for the better was so attractive. But we didn't win, we lost, and we again have to reflect on that defeat. But I'm sure we will return at some point in the future, because Boris Johnson's going to have a very difficult time as Prime Minister, I can tell you that.
I'm hoping you can hear me, Hilary, at this point. And I'm just going to ask you, basically, is he right to want to stay on, Mr. Corbyn, to oversee this process of reflection and to map out a way forward? Or would you think that this kind of result would demand his immediate resignation, or at least within the next few days?
Look, I think that is a decision for Jeremy to make. I mean, he's fought a really good and hard campaign. No one could have asked any more of Jeremy in the effort that he has put in to the campaign, and the night is still young. I think we should give Jeremy the time and space to reflect further on precisely what is the timing of a transition. But clearly a transition to new leadership is coming, because that's what Jeremy himself has just said. And I think it's actually very important for the party to reflect on and discuss why we were not able to win people's trust and confidence. There are a number of factors. In this election, Brexit was clearly one. I had too many conversations, and other Labour candidates will say the same, with people who opened the door and said, I've always been a Labour voter, but I'm afraid I'm not going to be voting Labour this time. And in order to move forward and decide what form the new leadership is going to take, we've got to understand why we've suffered such a bad defeat here tonight. And I hope that process will be able to start soon.
Just noting, and lots of viewers will be interested to know, that Tony Blair's old seat in Sedgefield, where he had majorities of well over 20,000, has fallen to the Conservatives this evening. So when you look at a seat like Sedgefield in County Durham, and when you look at that loss, what is that down to, Mr. Benn? Is that down to principally anger about the failure to deliver Brexit? Or is it people who are disillusioned with what Labour's offer on Brexit and other things were?
Well, I think Brexit is clearly part of the reason, but there were also a lot of people who have voted Labour before who did not feel able to vote Labour this time, and they expressed their concerns about the leadership. I mean, we might as well tell the truth about what we found on some doorsteps and on others, and we see some of the results in the south, in London, the taking of Putney, Rosie holding on in Canterbury, which is a really, really good result. I think it was those two things. And then thirdly, were people absolutely confident that we could deliver all of the things that we had promise. But I think the fundamental message that we were trying to get across in this election...
Mr. Ben, I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but we've got a result in from Doncaster, and I'm very sorry to interrupt. Let's go to Doncaster.
As follows. Mark Lindsay Alcock, Liberal Democrat, 1,907. Nicholas Anthony Fletcher, known as Nick Fletcher, the Conservative Party candidate, 19,609. Caroline Louise Flint, Labour Party, 15,979. Christopher Paul Holmes, known as Chris Holmes, Yorkshire Party, Speaking Up for Yorkshire, 823. Kathleen Needham, known as Kate Needham, Green Party, 872. Paul Allen Whitehurst, Brexit Party, 6,247. There were 82 rejected votes, and I therefore declare that Nick Fletcher is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Don Valley constituency.
So there we have a defeat for Caroline Flint, the Labour MP in the past since 1997, a former Shadow Energy Secretary, a great critic of Jeremy Corbyn's leadership, who did actually support Boris Johnson's Brexit deal, and Nick Fletcher there from Doncaster, now the MP for Don Valley. And there's never been a Conservative MP for this seat. It's been Labour since 1922. This is the kind of scale of change that we are seeing tonight in some of these very big Labour seats, as they were, now turning towards the Conservatives. And of course, there will be a huge debate, it's already started, about the factors behind these Labour performances, these huge Labour losses. Don Valley there, 43% of the Tories, 35% to Labour, a turnout of 60%. You know, this is not a small majority, it's 3,500 plus. And we see that the Labour vote there dropping by 18 percentage points. Brexit Party vote, look at that, that's interesting, up 14. The Tories barely moving, even though they gained the seat. Their percentage share actually just went up by 1%. So the Brexit Party clearly had a big effect there too. A 9.6% swing in Don Valley, and Caroline Flint no longer the MP there. That is a Conservative MP for the first time ever representing this seat in South Yorkshire, which is another result that we should reflect on. But at the moment, why don't we get some reaction to what's been going on from the Foreign Secretary, and he's talking to Andrew.
He is indeed, and he's still held his seat. Let's go to Surrey, to the leafy suburbs of Esher and Walton. We're joined by the Foreign Secretary, Dominic Raab. Dominic Raab, you had a majority of over 23,000 2 years ago. It's now under 3,000 on a night of huge Tory victory. Why did so many people desert you?
Well, if you look at the vote share, it's 49%. My vote was 31,000, upwards of 31,000. It was just shy of 4,000 less than I secured last time. The story here was the collapse of the Labour vote and obviously some tactical voting. But look, I'm proud that in a very difficult campaign to be returned, and we've got a chance now to move the country forward if the results go our way following the exit poll this evening, and I think break the uncertainty and the logjam that we've had and move the country forward. And that's what people in this constituency voted for. It felt a little bit like a referendum because of the way the tactical voting went. But at the end of the day, we secured half of the vote share, and that gives us a very strong mandate, both locally but also with the results which appear to be going our way this evening, to not just deliver Brexit but also the positive agenda that the Prime Minister has set out.
But your majority was slashed, dramatically slashed, and it used to be that seats like Esher, where these were the seats on which Tory majorities were built. You counted the votes and then you just weighed them, there were so many. Now you look more, your seat is more the past of the Tory party. The new Tory party is gaining majorities in the north, not in the home counties. You're losing seats in the London area. So maybe your kind of seat is no longer the future for the Tory party.
No, the key And if we're successful, as we hope tonight, it will be to forge an alliance between aspirational working middle classes. Now, Brexit was a difficult issue for Sinead Morton, with a majority that voted to remain, but nonetheless 50% of the vote share want us to move forward, and effectively it became a bit of a rerun of that. And again, if you look at the number of votes that I secured, over 31,000, it's less than 4,000 difference between what I secured last time. What really happened was that Labour, I can't remember the exact numbers, but they were in second place last time. And they just absolutely plummeted. So it was a unique election, but actually the key is to hold, as we've done, the seats in the south and make gains where we can, but also to make sure that we can speak to some of those aspirational working class constituencies that have heard what we've got to say north of the M25.
The Tories clearly doing very well in England and pretty well in Wales too, but the victors in Scotland are the SNP. They're sweeping the board. And they fought the election on the basis of a second referendum on Scottish independence. Are you going to give them that?
Well, look, all those questions will be for the Prime Minister, but we were told that the Scottish referendum was a once-in-a-generation referendum. That's what we all said about Brexit as well, which is why I don't think people voted in this election for those parties that wanted to defy the will of the British people. So I think the key thing now is to unite the country, bring the country together with a positive agenda, and that's what the Prime Minister is going to do.
How can you unite
Brexit,
the country when England and Scotland are going in completely separate directions?
Well, I'm not sure that's true. We'll see what the vote tally is in Scotland and for the rest of the United Kingdom afterwards. But I think I was reading a poll today which showed that there's still a significant majority that don't want independence. And I think the challenge we've got to, and it's a challenge we'll rise to bring the country together, all corners of the United Kingdom, with a positive agenda on global Britain and our place in the world, but also on the investment in the NHS and policing and levelling up opportunity across the country, which is the passion that really brought alive Boris Johnson's premiership so far.
All right, Dominic Raab, thank you. We'll leave you to enjoy your victory there in Esher. I'm joined now by two experienced political strategists, Tim Montgomery, Social Affairs Advisor to 10 Downing Street, Tom Baldwin, People's Vote campaigner, former advisor to Ed Miliband in 2015. So no People's Vote, no Remain. It's finished.
Well, I mean, I think what you're going to see over the next few weeks and months is Boris Johnson going to have to try to keep...
We're going straight to Uxbridge, where the Prime Minister's seat is, and let's join the returning officer.
Is as follows. Harvey Jonathan David, commonly known as Count Binface, Independent, 69. Hughes David Stephen, commonly known as Lord Buckethead, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 125. Burke Norma, Independent, 22. Courtney Jeffrey Dennis, UK Independence Party, 283. Humphreys Joanne Ilone, Liberal Democrats to Stop Brexit, 3,026. Johnson Alexander Boris de Pfeffel, commonly known as Boris Johnson, the Conservative Party candidate, 25,000. 25,351. Keir Mark Allen, Green Party, 1,090. Milani Ali Reza, Labour Party, 18,141. Smith Robert Jr., commonly known as Bobby Elmo Smith, 8. Tobin William John, 5. Utting Alfie John, Independent, 44. Jorgenstein Yace, commonly known as Yace Interplanetary Time Lord Jorgenstein, 23.
The number of rejected ballot papers was 93, and I hereby declare that the said Boris Johnson is duly
Boris
elected.
Johnson, Prime Minister, re-elected in Uxbridge.
Thank you, Mr.
Let's hear what he has to say.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all very much. And listen, I don't want to tempt fate, because clearly lots of results are still coming in, and we're still only dealing with projections. But at this stage, it does look as though this One Nation Conservative government has been given a powerful new mandate to get Brexit done. And not just to get Brexit done, but to unite this country and to take it forward and to focus on the priorities of the British people and, above all, on the NHS. And yes, we will recruit 50,000 more nurses and 6,000 more GPs, and we will build 40 new hospitals. And I'm proud to say that one of those across the country, and one of those hospitals will be right here in Uxbridge and South Ruislip. And I'm grateful once again to the people of Uxbridge and South Ruislip for returning me to serve you. It is an absolute privilege to do this job and to work for you. And I thank once again the police, the council, everybody who's worked so hard all night to count for us, the returning officers. I thank my fellow candidates in all their glory, Lord Buckethead, and others, Elmo and others. Forgive me if I don't identify them all. But above all, I want to thank the people of this country for turning out to vote in a December election that we didn't want to call, but which I think has turned out to be a historic election that gives us now, in this new government, the chance to respect the democratic will of the British people, to change this country for the better, and to unleash the potential of the entire people of this country. And that is what we will now do, and if we are lucky enough to be returned, as the exit polls seem to suggest, then that work will begin tomorrow. Thank you all very much. Or rather, I should say not tomorrow, today. Today. Thank you all. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Prime Minister there, re-elected, and this is the count for Joe Swinson's seat. This is in East Dunbartonshire. Let's join the announcement.
East Dunbartonshire County constituency hereby give notice that the total number of votes polled for each candidate at the election was as follows. Amy Callaghan, Scottish National Party, SNP, 19,672. Rosie Dixon, Independent, 221. Pam Gozal, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 7,455. David Murdo-MacLeod, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 208. Liam McKechnie, Scottish Family Party, 197. Callum McNally, Scottish Labour Party, 4,839. Carolyn Scrimger, Scottish Green Party, 916. Joe Swinson, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 19,523. And I declare that Amy Callaghan is elected to serve in the United Kingdom Parliament as the member for the East Dunbartonshire County constituency.
Well, by a majority of 149, the party leader of the Lib Dems, Jo Swinson, has lost her seat in Dunbartonshire East to the Scottish National Party. Amy Callaghan just beating her by 149 on a turnout, look at that, of 80%. So a very hotly contested race there in Dunbartonshire East, and the share of the vote tells its own story, 37.1 to 36.8. The SNP putting on 7 percentage points since last time, the Lib Dems down 4%, the Tories down 1%, Labour down 5%. And the swing itself, 5.3% from the Lib Dems to the SNP. A massive blow to the Liberal Democrats in this election to lose their leader, and actually quite a newly elected leader after a very tough campaign for them. She's been criticised in lots of parts of the party and indeed in among the commentariat about the way that the election has gone, not least because of that hardline policy, as lots of people saw it, of revoking Article 50. Well, Jo Swinson has lost her seat. Now, Martha Carney is at the count for us at Bishopbriggs. Martha, what do you make of that?
Well, as you say, this really is an astonishing result for the SNP to be able to win a seat against a National Party leader, Jo Swinson, leader of the Liberal Democrats, a seat she has, in fairness, lost in the past. And it shows you what a mixed blessing it can be to be a national leader, because you get the profile, but can you spend the time nursing your own constituency? And that was the main focus of the SNP attack on her. They called her the pop-up MP because they felt that she wasn't here long enough. But this really is an extremely difficult night for Jo Swinson. When she arrived at the count, reporters asked her, was she going to resign? She brushed that off and carried on straight through. But given what's been happening to her party nationally, to lose her own seat on top of this, it really must be a devastating result for her.
Just, we'll probably get, I would have thought, a response by Jo Swinson in just a second, Martha, after the SNP winner, Amy Callaghan, has said a few words. But just a sense from you there of, you've been talking to party workers before this result was announced. Did they think that they just about got there? Did Jo Swinson's team think that they just about got the result they wanted? Well, this, I'm just thinking about their mood before this result was announced.
Well, you'll know from having been to election counts yourself, we look at people's faces, don't we? We talk to as many people as possible. And early on, the Liberal Democrats were saying, no, they did feel fairly confident. But then you just looked at the faces of the people counting the votes, and you could tell they knew it was going to be very, very close. The piles of votes were next to each other, were all very close. And everybody I talked to from the SNP locally was very buoyant. The local MSP, member of the Scottish Parliament, was saying that she was thrilled that Amy Callaghan had done so well. And remember, and you can hear in the background, she's a very young candidate. She's just 27. She hasn't stood in this seat before. She's somebody who's suffered from cancer and talked about that a lot in the campaign, made the NHS a lot. And here is Jo Swinson herself.
The emergency services and all of my fellow candidates, and congratulate Amy wholeheartedly. It is an amazing job. I'm sure you will love doing it, and I wish you well. And what you said about young women and smashing boundaries, I wholeheartedly agree. I would also like to thank my agents, Liberal Democrat campaigners and activists who have made this campaign special with the additional challenge of doing it as leader of the Liberal Democrats too. I particularly would like to thank my mum, my sister Nicola, my husband Duncan, and our two darling boys, Andrew and Gabriel. And I would like to thank the people of East Dunbartonshire for putting your faith in me for 12.5 years to represent this wonderful place. I have enjoyed serving our communities. I've enjoyed having the opportunity to make a difference, whether it's here on local issues, whether it's supporting people working on the national minimum wage by introducing penalties for rogue employers, whether it's women in our economy by introducing gender pay gap reporting. Tonight, we have seen that it is likely that Boris Johnson is on course to get a majority. And it is clearly a good night for the SNP. Some will be celebrating the wave of nationalism that is sweeping on both sides of the border. And I do congratulate all those who are newly elected. These are very significant results for the future of our country, and I will be making further remarks later today. But let me say now, for millions of people in our country, these results will bring dread and dismay, and people are looking for hope. I still believe that we, as a country, can be warm and generous inclusive and open, and that by working together with our nearest neighbours, we can achieve so much more. Liberal Democrats will continue to stand up for these values that guide our liberal movement: openness, fairness, inclusivity. We will stand up for hope.
Jo Swinson, the defeated leader of the Lib Dems in Dunbartonshire East, losing her seat to the Scottish National Party. And Laura, this is really a very big piece of the political landscape again that's changing.
It certainly is. I mean, for Jo Swinson, obviously this is a huge personal defeat, not just that her party failed to break through in the way that she proudly boasted at the beginning of this campaign, but also for her, obviously, personally, to do it and lose her own seat must be extremely bitter. But it was interesting there that she repeated a lot of the messages actually she put out in this campaign, you know, giving a lengthy speech basically saying, I still believe in all the things that I said. But it just makes me think that this election is not just about the seat numbers. It seems to me where this is potentially a real changing of the guard in Westminster. Those people who we've become familiar with seeing on our screens, whether that's Jo Swinson or Jeremy Corbyn. He says he doesn't want to go yet, but he's absolutely admitted that he's on his way to the exit door, and some people will try to push him out of it, probably from early tomorrow morning, really. Also, Nigel Dodds, the Westminster DUP leader, going, and countless other prominent Labour MPs who've been part of the landscape for a long time. And this is, in that way, in terms of the personalities, really shaping up to be a very transformative election. Whatever side of the arguments you're on, we're going to be looking at a very different House of Commons and a very different set of characters.
Well, having seen that defeat for Jo Swinson, it's not all dreadful news for the Lib Dems, because they have gained St Albans. Just seen the result there. The Lib Dems' Daisy Cooper has actually gained that from the Conservatives. Anne Main in second place, a majority of 6,000 plus on a turnout of 78%. So just noting that very briefly, because you know, that is a good Lib Dem gain in a part of the country that, of course, was strongly Remain. 62% Remain to 37% Leave. So a swing there of 11% from Conservative to Lib Dem. Lots of things happening, and we have lots of guests waiting patiently to speak. Rachel Sylvester and Paul Mason are with me. I'm going to say very quick, I would just want a quick thought at this point, and we'll come back and talk. So where are we, Rachel? Where do you think, what is your sense of this size of Tory majority, and were you expecting it?
No, I wasn't. It was bigger than the polls were suggesting, and I think now we're going to see Boris Johnson liberated, if you like. He's got the chance to do what he wants, to shape the country and the party in his image as he wants, and that's a big responsibility. There's no one else to blame if it goes wrong.
Do you suggest that he's going to change tack? Is he going to be a different kind of leader now to what he was a few months ago?
Well, he doesn't need to rely on the ERG, the Eurosceptic European Research Group, anymore. But we'll see whether he wants to rely on them. And we'll see what shape his Brexit will be when it's his own Brexit. He doesn't need to have any coalition partners. He doesn't need the DUP. This is him. It's on his head.
There was a bit of a ding-dong earlier, Paul, between Alistair Campbell and John Landsman about whether this had been a Brexit issue or whether this had been a Corbyn issue. What's your sense?
Well, for me, on the doorstep of, I think, 18 constituencies where I campaigned, it was, to the extent that it was negative, Coventry today, very pro-Corbyn. But to the extent that it was negative, it was always negativity about Jeremy first and then Brexit. Right. Let's be honest about that. I'm proud of Jeremy for standing up to the vilification he's received, for dragging us onto a green climate agenda, and for fighting a hard Brexit. To us, this is an attack on the working class, devastated in places like Lee, where I come from, by Thatcherism, now to be devastated by a xenophobic, racist, deregulationist campaign. We were right to resist it, but we've paid the price for doing so.
So, in somewhere like Lee, which you know very well, I'm just, by the way, the car is the Prime Minister's car going back to Downing Street from Uxbridge. That's just speeding through North London. The point is, Paul, in somewhere like Lee, you say that it's the working class, it's working people who have suffered in the past from the kind of policies that you've been very critical of. Why would they therefore vote for something which you say should be obvious to them?
My guess is, when we look at that result, is that the workforce of Lee voted Labour. Wow. The ex-workforce of Lee ex-miners, ex-cotton spinners have voted for Brexit. There is a cultural disaffinity towards Labour, its leader, its values among those people, and we need to try and win them back. But we are not going to win them back. When somebody comes up to you on the high street and says, let's deport all Romanian migrants at 4 a.m. and their children, we're not going to win them back by giving in to that.
What happens next, given that Mr Corbyn has said that he wants to stay on while there is a debate about the future of the party, and that he wants to lead a period of reflection? Can he credibly do that?
I think he had the right position, but the strategy was wrong. The strategy for fighting the whole election has been badly executed. And I think that he can't really lead the period of reflection. And whether he wants to or not, there will be, both from the right of the party and I think also from the left, people who are prepared to say, look, I'd quite like to lead the period of reflection. Right. And I think that it's likely that if he hasn't stood down by the middle of next week, there will be leadership contest underway.
Interesting. And Rachel, just a thought from you on, now that we see the Prime Minister speeding back to Downing Street, where he's bought himself several years there with this majority that we're expecting, can we expect tomorrow? Can we expect a statement from the Prime Minister in Downing Street on the kind of tone that he wants to set? He talked about unifying the country, which we all acknowledge has been deeply divided. There's no reason to suggest it's not still deeply divided this morning. What does he need to do? Is he going to reach out in a way that maybe he hasn't reached out in the past?
I think the really interesting question is what he means now by one nation. Right. And that's a very different kind of one nation to the Tory party that somebody like Nick Soames means as one nation. He's now talking about those former Labour heartlands in the so-called Red Wall. Those are now what he means by one nation Conservative constituencies, and that means very different policies, much less, patrician, less perhaps liberal, less kind of metropolitan liberal, more tough on immigration and crime and public spending. A lot of money needs to go into it. I think he's going to have to press ahead very quickly with trying to get his Brexit legislation through.
It'll be interesting to see how that works out, and indeed, the concept of one nation. If you're sitting in Scotland, seeing the SNP piling up all these seats, the concept of one nation, if it's a UK context, is clearly for them a nonsense.
And
so,
also
what kind of one nation are we talking about?
We're seeing the Remain areas swinging to the Lib Dems, Scotland swinging to the SNP. This is still a deeply divided nation, and Boris Johnson so far hasn't shown really any signs of understanding that. He seems to be behaving like an English nationalist Prime Minister.
Let's go to Andrew Marr, who's in Uxbridge. And Andrew, we heard the Prime Minister. What did you make of what he had to say?
Well, very, very interesting. He arrived in a kind of human tornado with his girlfriend Carrie Simmons and their dog, made his speech and then left very quickly, taking no questions. But what was interesting from what he said was, first of all, the way he's rebranding his party. He doesn't talk about the Conservative Party, he talks about the One Nation Conservatives, and he went straight into talking about more money for the NHS, more money for nurses and doctors and so forth. And I think that begins to answer the question we've been asking all evening about what kind of Boris Johnson government are we likely to see, or what kind he would like us to see. So that was very interesting, first of all. I think Boris Johnson is now unfettered. Everybody's looking at him through their own lenses. A lot of his own MPs don't quite know what they're going to get. But the indications tonight are that he wants to tack a bit towards the centre and, crossing fingers and guessing, to a slightly softer kind of Brexit.
Andrew, thank you very much. Andrew Marr there for us with some latest thoughts in Uxbridge, where the Prime Minister was re-elected, and he's now on his way back to possibly, we think, Laura, Central Office, Conservative Central Office.
I think at some point, sooner rather than later, he would turn up at Tory HQ, no doubt, to be greeted glowingly by his staff there, but perhaps he's going to pop back to Downing Street on the way, but who knows. But I thought it was fascinating hearing that speech, how quickly, actually, he wanted to move on to say, yes, I do want to get Brexit done, as he's promised to do out this campaign, and then move on to the health service was the first thing that he mentioned. And as I understand it, I think that is what we can expect this new government to try to do, is to get through the Brexit legislation so they can leave on schedule at the end of January, which will, of course, more than 3.5 years on, be the conclusion only of the first part of Brexit, but an enormous junction for the country, And then after that, I think it's likely we'll see some kind of big domestic reset with a dramatic reshuffle and a big budget sort of February, March time. But I think from him mentioning the NHS and all those other domestic promises he made during the campaign, however much they were picked over and criticised and maybe not quite what they said on paper, it's clear, I think, how you can see he is going to try to move this Conservative Party. And they've run that kind of campaign, haven't they? Promising to ease off the spending squeeze, which has been so real for people around the country. And essentially that was the challenge for the Conservatives, to try to win these kinds of seats, is could they get round the fact that they were perfectly well aware that there are millions of people around the country whose fabric of their lives has been changed, often for the worse, by the decisions of the last 9 years of Conservative governments. And that is what they've managed to do, against many people's odds.
Laura, thanks very much. What I'd like to do before we take a look at the news headlines is just join Rita once again for a quick look at the state of the parties. Let's just cross our newsroom and go to our results centre and join Rita.
Hugh, I've got a Scotland scoreboard up here for you for what is shaping up to be a very strong night for the SNP. There are over half of the seats in Scotland declared now. SNP have picked up 11 seats and their gain has been at the Conservative and Labour losses. Let's just take a look at some of those seats. That seismic shock, of course, in Dunbartonshire East, with Jo Swinson, the leader of the Liberal Democrats, losing her seat to the SNP. But otherwise, the SNP have been picking up seats from both Labour and the Conservatives pretty much in equal measure. So the seats here with the blue flashes at the end, well, they were Conservative in 2017. They've now gone SNP. Over there, Glasgow North East and all of those down there with the red flashes, they were Labour. They've now gone SNP. Glasgow North East was Labour's last seat in Glasgow. It is no more. Midlothian and East Lothian both had tiny margins for Labour last time round. The SNP have now got them comfortably with margins of 5,000 or 6,000. Rutherglen too. East Lothian is interesting because the new SNP MP there is Kenny McCaskill. He was the former Justice Secretary in Holyrood, and he was the man who took the decision to release the Lockerbie bomber, Abdul Basit al-Megrahi, on compassionate grounds when he had cancer. So this is how it's looking at the moment, over halfway through. It is shaping up to be a strong night for the SNP. We're forecasting now SNP seats of around 53, so slightly down on their huge success in 2015 when they had 56 seats, but not far off.
Rita, many thanks. Rita there with the latest on the successes of the SNP. Just to round up, we'll be talking to the First Minister in just a moment. Nicola Sturgeon will join us. But before that, I want to go to Camberley and talk to the Cabinet Minister, Senior Conservative Michael Gove. Mr Gove, good morning to you and congratulations on your win in Surrey Heath.
Thank you very much, Hugh.
I noticed that the Lib Dems actually had a bit of a surge going on, putting on 16%. Your majority is down by 6,500, but your majority is still over 18,000. Let's have a think about how this Conservative majority has come about. How would you sum it up?
I think that Boris Johnson was absolutely right when this election was called. We didn't want an election, but Parliament was broken. We needed to make sure that the referendum mandate in 2016 was honoured, and the Prime Minister put that at the heart of his campaign. But more than just promising to honour the referendum mandate, the Prime Minister also looked behind what happened in that 2016 vote. And he recognised that as a country we had divisions. In parts of the North and Midlands you had parts of our country which had been overlooked and undervalued. And in particular, it was the case that we needed to make sure that we had appropriate investment in skills and in infrastructure to ensure that we could more equally spread economic growth and prosperity across this country. And that will be the mission of this Conservative government, not just to honour that Brexit mandate, to take us out of the European Union and into the world, but also to ensure that the divisions that the referendum result revealed rather than created, that those divisions in our society can be healed.
There is a very high expectation now, isn't there, that in many of those deprived areas, the former Labour seats where you have taken those seats tonight, there'll be a high expectation that you will put policies in place which will convince people that you do understand what the problems raised by austerity are and what they've been through over the last 10 years. Are you confident you can do that?
Yes, I think the Prime Minister's analysis from the moment that he took office was absolutely correct, that we do need to recognise that after some difficult decisions that had to be taken in order to get our economy back in balance, now is the time for investment in critical public services. Our National Health Service, of course, is absolutely at the top of the list, but we also need to level up spending on education to ensure that we spread opportunity evenly across this country. We know that talent is spread evenly, opportunity is not, and we also need to make sure that people are safe and secure, they have that sense of certainty for the future, and that means, of course, making sure that we invest in more police officers, and that we also make sure that our justice system effectively keeps the public safe by making sure that the worst criminals and terrorists are kept behind bars.
It's 5 minutes past 4, Michael. Thanks to you for joining us, and congratulations once again on retaining your seat. Thanks very much indeed, Michael Gove there in Camberley. I want to go straight to Glasgow and talk to the leader of the Scottish National Party and First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon. First Minister, very good morning to you. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Let's talk about the SNP's strong performance in this election. And was it something that you were expecting at the start of the evening?
I was expecting a good performance. I was expecting us to win the election and win it handsomely. But I think the results that we're seeing recorded this evening somewhat exceed the expectations that I had. So it's been an exceptional night for the SNP. And, you know, Scotland has sent a very clear message. We don't want a Boris Johnson Conservative government. We don't want to leave the European Union. And we want Scotland's future to be in Scotland's hands. That's the message of this election in Scotland tonight.
Just wondering about some of the messages in the campaign, and you were very clear about the fact that, in your view, Scotland needed a strong SNP voice at Westminster in order to, as you say, protect Scottish interests and the interests of the people of Scotland. However, it's not going to be a surprise if I say to you that on the basis of these figures, even if you have 50 plus MPs, if you're up against a Conservative Prime Minister with a majority of, let's say, 60 or 65, there's not a lot you can do.
Well, look, the result across the UK is grim. I don't want a Conservative majority government, but the fact that that is what is going to be the position after this election underlines the importance of Scotland having a choice of something different. And, you know, I don't pretend that every single person that voted SNP yesterday will necessarily support independence, but there has been a strong endorsement in this election of Scotland having a choice over our future, of not having to put up with a Conservative government that we didn't vote for and not having to accept life as a nation outside the European Union. So that independence referendum that was very much at the heart of the SNP's campaign, there is a renewed, refreshed, strengthened mandate for that. And just as I reluctantly accept, because it's a direction I regret, that Boris Johnson has a mandate now to take England out of the EU, he must accept that I have a mandate to offer Scotland the choice of an alternative future.
And he will say, of course, that he's been very clear about the fact that he doesn't think another referendum is good, and he will claim that he now has a mandate to stop that. Well, so what's your response to that?
Well, his party has lost seats in Scotland this evening. The Scottish Conservatives put the issue of opposition to an independence referendum at the centre of their campaign. In fact, more than that, there was no other aspect to the Scottish Conservative campaign. And they have lost this election and they have lost seats. So Boris Johnson's argument in this election in Scotland has been flatly and completely rejected. So there is no doubt there is a mandate. I have a mandate to offer people that choice. And then, of course, it's up to people in Scotland to decide what choice they make. But Boris Johnson has no right, firstly, to take Scotland out of the EU, and secondly, no right to block the Scottish people choosing their own future.
First Minister, good of you to join us. Thank you very much once again, Nicola Sturgeon.
Lovely to talk to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Andrew, over to you.
Well, from Glasgow we go to Maidenhead and be joined by the former Prime Minister Theresa May. Good morning, Mrs May.
Good morning, Andrew.
Just check, because I know we've had some sound problems. When you called a general election 2 years ago, you lost your majority. Boris Johnson has called an election and achieved a quite substantial majority. What has he done right that you did wrong?
Well, I'm very pleased at the majority that Boris has achieved, because this does the essential thing, which I think for many people led how they voted at this election, which is enabling us to have a parliament that is going to have, with a majority government, the ability to take decisions and, crucially, the ability to get the Brexit legislation through so we can get Brexit sorted, get it done and move the country on, and then focus on those many other priorities that people want us as a government to focus on a day-to-day basis.
But my question was, why did you lose your majority and why did he gain a substantial one?
Well, Andrew, I thought I'd sort of given you the answer in what I've just said, which is that actually at this election, I think people were faced with a very clear choice about whether or not they wanted to ensure that Brexit was delivered. And they knew that if a Conservative majority government got in, that we would deliver Brexit. Every Conservative candidate signed up to support the deal and to get that legislation through, that Brexit through by the 31st of January. That was a very clear choice for a lot of people. This election was about ensuring that we could get over this deadlock in Parliament and could actually get Brexit done and move on.
Is it realistic in your view that Mr. Johnson can negotiate a comprehensive free trade deal with the EU in 11 months?
Yes, because actually an awful lot of work on that has already been done. It was done in the original set of negotiations. It's in the political declaration that sits alongside the withdrawal agreement that will form, obviously, the core of the withdrawal agreement bill that will be before Parliament. So a lot of work has already been done, and with the will on both sides to ensure that we can now deliver on that future relationship, the negotiation on the future relationship, yes, it is possible.
The Scottish National Party are the other big victors tonight. They have swept Scotland on a manifesto calling for a second Scottish referendum. How would you advise the Prime Minister to handle that?
Well, I think it's very simple. I would advise him to continue taking the position that he has done, which was the position that I took, which is that the Scottish National Party themselves said in 2014 that that referendum about Scottish independence was a once-in-a-generation, indeed a once-in-a-lifetime referendum, and therefore they should accept that result. And, of course, we all know that it is in Scotland's economic interest for them to be part of the United Kingdom.
But in that Scottish referendum in 2014, people like you also told the Scots that the surest way of staying inside the European Union was to remain in the United Kingdom. That didn't quite work out that way, and now they're voting for a party that wants a second referendum because there's a material change. England voted to leave the EU. Scotland did not vote to leave the EU. So why should you deny them a second referendum?
But independence for Scotland would not mean them being staying in the European Union. It was made very clear at the time of the independence referendum that if Scotland became independent, they would not be a member of the European Union.
But let them vote. If that's the case, let them vote. Even if they know that, let them vote. I mean, Scotland and England are now deeply divided. You cannot have a constitutional standoff and simply say, no, you can't have another vote.
You know, as Prime Minister, I have spent quite a time in the House of Commons being questioned by the SNP, and they had one issue only, and it was about independence. Actually, if you look at what has happened in Scotland, where they are in government, their education system has deteriorated under the SNP in government. They have problems with their National Health Service. Actually, I think it's time the SNP focused on the day-to-day issues, on the job of governing in Scotland, and stop simply putting this single issue of independence forward.
OK, well, they still swept Scotland tonight, but we'll leave it there. Theresa May, thank you for joining us from Maidenhead and your constituencies there. Theresa May was returned with a reduced majority in Maidenhead. Let's come back to my patient guests who've been here. Let me come back to you, Tom Baldwin. Coming back on the Remain theme. The most Remain party in this election, the Liberal Democrats, are getting nowhere overall. Their leader has just lost a seat. There'll be no people's vote, which is what you've been campaigning for. And Mr. Johnson has a majority to take us out of the EU.
He's got a majority in Parliament. I don't believe he's got a majority in the country for his hard Brexit.
What does he have to do? People voted for a referendum in 2016 to leave. They've given a government that has campaigned explicitly on leave a huge majority. What else do you need?
We need the permission of the British people, which is
do you think they've just done?
No. He wouldn't dare do that. He wouldn't put his deal to the British people and people's vote. Instead of that, he held a general election. He exploited a divided opposition. He ducked an interview with you, and he ducked an opportunity to win permission from the British people for his hard Brexit.
I mean, people will listen to you and think you're in cloud cuckoo land. You lose. But you still say, oh, he hasn't really got a mandate to do this.
Look, I think what we're going to see over the next few weeks and months is Boris Johnson trying to fulfil the many contradictory promises he's made for his Brexit policy. I think, if it comes under the scrutiny, maybe if he has the courage to sit down with you can ask him some questions for once.
Yeah, I'm not the story here. The story
you
is...
were, briefly.
The story is that you lost.
Yeah,
and you've lost badly.
Yeah,
you keep on losing, and the people have voted again, and therefore it is, whether you like it or not, it's another issue. It's time to leave.
Look, no one's pretending that this is a good night for campaigners for a final say referendum. But the fact remains...
There won't be a referendum. There won't be a people's vote now. It's over.
Not now. I agree.
I mean, you've been ripping yourselves apart anyway. Couldn't you get fired from it?
Yeah, I think one of the big questions you could ask about what happened in this general election campaign is why Roland Rudd decided to disable the most successful and biggest People's Vote campaign
because there's going to be one.
On the day the election was called.
Tim Montgomery, there's a lot of constituencies that have been traditionally Labour have now voted Conservative, some for the first time or for several generations. Are the Conservatives really equipped to deal with these constituencies? In other words, to give them hope, to make sure that they're not left behind anymore? Because I would suggest, if you're not, there'll be a terrible reckoning.
Yep, and we must rise to the challenge because this isn't just a British phenomenon. We saw the Australian Conservatives recently elected on the votes of traditionally Labour parts of Queensland. We've seen Pennsylvania in America trend towards the Republicans. The whole electoral geography of the world is changing in advanced nations.
But you're in Downing Street and you'll be advising. What will you be telling Mr. Johnson he needs to do to fulfil these people have now put some faith in him. What does he need to do to fulfil that faith?
I think it's building on what the Tory manifesto explicitly said. It's when there is room for tax cuts, the tax cuts go to the low paid, like on national insurance, not on higher income thresholds. It means infrastructure investment.
In the North and the Midlands.
Absolutely. We have got a terrible weakness and division in infrastructure quality in the UK at the moment.
And do you think a Prime Minister from Eton and Oxford understands that?
I think his commitment has shown that. And the fact is that today, yesterday now, people who've never voted Conservative before voted Conservative. And I think that's a really...
They might never vote again unless you deliver.
But I think that's a really good thing for our politics. We've had a long time, particularly when Tony Blair was in charge, when all the competition was for the votes of middle-class Britons. Now there's a real competition possibility in UK politics for the votes of working-class people. Labour are only ever going to get back into power if they start reclaiming their northern heartlands. The Tories now will only retain power if they keep those northern heartlands. And that's a good kind of competition to have in our electoral politics that we haven't had before.
You once wrote in the Times, oh, I'm sorry, we're going to go for a declaration. Let's go straight back to Hugh.
Thanks, Andrew. Yes, to Brighton Pavilion. Let's join the returning officer.
10,176. Imam Kaur Adam, Labour Party, 13,211. Lucas Caroline, Green Party, 33,151. Milton Richard, Brexit Party, 770. Squiff Citizen, the official monster-raving loony party, 301. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Voting for more than permitted number, 16. Unmarked or uncertain, 142. Brighton Pavilion constituency turnout was 73.56%. And I declare that Caroline Lucas is duly elected as a Member of Parliament for the Brighton
So Caroline
Pavilion
Lucas, the MP here since 2010, the first Green MP former co-leader of the Green Party, re-elected with a big majority. Let's see what she has to say.
Well, a huge thank you to all the candidates, to the returning officer, to the staff here this evening, and of course to my amazing team who worked on the Green Party campaign. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. In particular, my agent Steve, campaign managers Matt and Paul, and of course Kath Miller for everything. And a sincere and heartfelt thanks to the people of Brighton Pavilion, who have once again granted me the honour of representing them in Parliament. I feel incredibly proud that my majority has increased. I think it's around 57% now, because it demonstrates that Brighton Pavilion continues to believe in compassion and justice and a bigger future. But the pride that I feel is also tinged with huge sadness and, frankly, deep anger. Sadness that so many people who desperately need a progressive government on their side won't get the social justice that they need, the living wage, the good public services, and the security they need to build a future. And this election wasn't even necessary. It should not have had to happen. Parliament was on the brink of supporting a people's vote on Brexit, and 2 out of your 3 MPs proudly voted against it and warned about the dangers that it would bring. We warned that it would tear this country further apart, and that is what I fear will happen. The status quo in this country is intolerable. The inequality is yawning ever wider, and we are now on course for it to become wider still. And that brings me to the anger that I feel, anger that our political system is so badly broken and is still letting down individuals and our country so badly. Our electoral system is rotten to the core. And as I've traveled around the country, I have met so many people who wanted to vote Green, but they could not dare to do so for fear of splitting the vote and letting other parties in. Now, there should have been many more Greens elected tonight if there was justice. I think it is also worth pointing out tonight that nationally, if you look at where the vote share is right now, those parties supporting a people's vote campaign have got over 50% of the result. Let us not forget that tonight, my friends. But instead, we have this rotten first-past-the-post system that is locking out millions and ignoring their voices. And we're now paying
Caroline
the price
Lucas
for that,
there,
and it's our
making
children
a forceful and rather
price.
angry statement there to the people at the count in Brighton, that's Brighton Pavilion, about the nature of the electoral system as she sees it, and about the fact that lots of people will be unrepresented, those who need protection, she says, in the years ahead. That is her take on the result, and the result, of course, is that we are looking at a fairly solid Conservative majority at the end of this election. 500 results already in at 23 minutes past 4, 150 to go, including Stoke-on-Trent. That'll be with us in a short while. Let's have a look. Let's have a look to see what's going on there. And in Stoke-on-Trent Central, here's the result.
Officer, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Colclough, Adam William, the Green Party, 819. Gideon, Joanna Mary, commonly known as Jo, the Conservative Party candidate, 14,557. Mahmood Tariq, Brexit Party, 1,691. Pritchard Stephen James, Liberal Democrats, 1,116. 16. Snell, Gareth Craig, Labour and Cooperative Party, 13,887. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows.
So there we have another Conservative gain, and this is in Stoke-on-Trent. This is Stoke-on-Trent Central. This is where Gareth Snell has been the MP. We spoke to him earlier. He was incredibly critical of the campaign and Jeremy Corbyn's leadership. Well, he's lost his seat, and Jo Gideon has become the new MP. She's a businesswoman, social entrepreneur. 45 to 43% Tory to Labour, and we have Labour taking an 8% hit, an 8 percentage point hit there in Stoke-on-Trent Central. This had the lowest turnout of any seat in 2015. It's 58% this time, so it won't be the lowest this time. 6.9% swing from Labour to Conservative. This is where Tristram Hunt was the Labour MP between 2010 and 2017. Before he left Parliament. This has been Labour since its creation in 1950. So yet another seat with a strong Labour heritage, a rich Labour background, which has turned tonight to the Conservatives. Laura?
Well, it's the kind of thing that we would have expected from the beginning of the exit poll coming out. But it just underlines again how much these places where Labour's roots seem to have withered away. Now, whether they've gone for good or whether they can be resuscitated and returned in the years to come is a completely separate question. But it shows that Boris Johnson's gamble of trying to win this election by turning red to blue is paying off. And just while we were watching that result there, other results coming in, the Tories taking back Crewe, the Tories taking Warrington South, but the Tories also taking back Kensington. Yeah. And if you like, you could sum up the extent of this Conservative victory by saying the Tories have won in Warrington and they've won in Blythe Valley, but they've also won in Kensington.
Look at Kensington, look at the result there, because you mentioned that, Laura, and the Conservatives have gained, or regained, if you like, Kensington. Emma Dent-Coad, who won that back in 2017. This is the seat which includes Grenfell Tower. There's been a huge political controversy after that tragedy. Well, the Conservatives are back in charge of Kensington. This is the seat once represented by Michael Portillo and Sir Malcolm Rifkind and Alan Clark and other prominent Conservatives. Well, it's now gone back to the Tories, 38.3 to 38%, very close, a majority of 150. I mean, there's nothing in it, really, on a turnout of 68%. And if we look at the change in the share of the vote, we'll see that the Tories are down 4, Labour's down 4, and the Lib Dems up 9. Now, this is something we've seen again. Kensington, of course, being an area of very, very high Remain supporting voters. 68% to 31% in that referendum back in 2016. So a small swing from Labour to the Tories, but just enough for them to take it back.
Just enough for them to take it back, even though, and you mentioned Grenfell, one of the big moments right at the beginning of this campaign was very ill-judged remarks from Jacob Rees-Mogg, the prominent Conservative minister, the leader of the House of Commons. Whether he stays in that position or not, who knows, who caused widespread offence by talking about Grenfell Tower. And yet the Conservatives have hung on there, despite also a very strong challenge from the Lib Dems. They were pouring effort and energy into there because it was a former Conservative minister, Sam Gyimah, who was fighting that seat on behalf of them. And that talks really to a wider thing that we've seen tonight. In places where people were either defectors standing or independents standing, Anna Soubry, Dominic Grieve, or those Lib Dem defectors, not so far successful.
I'm going to go to Doncaster, where Caroline Flint is waiting patiently to talk to us. Caroline, good morning. Thanks very much for joining us. Well, tell us what went wrong for Labour from your perspective.
Well, I think there was two fronts I was fighting on. One front was the fact that so many of my voters could not and did not want to support Jeremy Corbyn to be Prime Minister. But the second front was the Labour Party's position on Brexit, that we'd moved to a position of being more like a Stop Brexit, Remain party, which wasn't the promise we made in 2017 at the general election. And despite, on the doorsteps, people would say, we really like you, Caroline, we really respect what you've done, but those were the two challenges that came up time and time again.
When we heard Mr Corbyn earlier, Caroline, he was saying, look, I won't be leading the party into another election, but I do want to remain to oversee a period of reflection and to see how the party goes forward. What would your message to Mr Corbyn be?
Well, I would agree that the party has to have a period of reflection. I mean, I think the problem for the Labour Party is that, you know, this is the 4th general election we've lost in a row. We didn't have a proper period of reflection after 2010, neither in 2015 or in 2017. So our party is very good at having reviews, but they end up being a bit of a whitewash, and then we get hurtled into a leadership contest. I think Jeremy Corbyn has to recognise it's not just about him per se. It's about the politics that he espouses, the nature of the political debate that he has encouraged. And to be quite frank, I haven't seen such sectarianism since I joined the Labour Party back in 1979 that erupted in the 80s. It is quite clear that the Corbyn project is not a project that is going to win us elections. And I'm afraid to say some of the people who've been most ardent in support of Jeremy have been more interested in running the Labour Party than winning an election. But on the other hand, Hugh, I'm afraid to say there are moderate MPs who have driven us into a dead end regarding Brexit, and they have put the pursuit of Remain at the expense of our working class heartlands. And I feel very annoyed, to say the least, about that.
What's your plan, Caroline, from now on in terms of Labour and in terms of politics? And are you prepared to share that with us?
Well, I think my next plan is to go and have a cup of tea, Hugh, actually. And
I don't blame you.
If I'm giving good advice at this time in the morning about everyone taking a breath and having a proper reflection, I think I should take my own advice, don't you? But, you know, I've been in the Labour Party 40 years. I owe so much to it, but I also owe so much to the people of Don Valley, who have done nothing but treat me with kindness ever since I've been an MP. And they have been wonderful to me. And I hope in some small way I've honoured them by being their MP for 22 years.
Well, Caroline, commiserations on your defeat, and enjoy the cup of tea. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Caroline Flint there. And we'll have a word with Rachel and with Paul in just in a second. But what I'd like to do now is take a view outside. Let's go outside the building, because we have our map of the UK, and it's been basically changing colour and changing shape. We have our figures there on Broadcasting House, as you can see, and they're all projecting that majority for Boris Johnson. They tell their own story. But just down there to the right, where we have New Broadcasting House, Sophie is there with the changing political map of the UK.
My goodness, how it has changed. We can show you the shot tonight of what the map looked like when we came on air. That was with the colours of the 2017 general election. As the results came in, we took them all up, and now we have been relaying that map. But look at how dramatically different that map already is looking. One place that is pretty much unchanged at the moment is down here, London. It's huge on our map of hexagons because the 73 MPs really distort our map, and many of them remaining red tonight. But it's very much looking like an island of red. I've got a couple of voters with me here. You're a Labour voter, a Labour London voter. You must be very disappointed tonight.
Absolutely. I think Labour has really misjudged the mood of Brexit around the country and what it actually means to people in their traditional heartlands. As you can see, they've really just only broken through in London, which was a safe bet in the first place.
And you're a Liberal Democrat voter.
I am.
The Lib Dems have taken a big seat, Richmond Park, here in London, but they've lost their leader.
I think that the taking of Richmond Park is hugely important in signifying that Lib Dems still have a significance in the forward-moving of politics. I think that overall it's been a dismal night for the Lib Dems, and I think we need to look for a new leader, as evidently shown.
What did Lib Dems do wrong?
I think when it came down to it, it was a failure of leadership. I think that it rests more with Jo Swinson than it does with our Brexit policy. I think that as a leader and in her personality, she didn't connect with voters enough.
OK, well, let's just take you across England and northeast Wales here, which has all those marginal seats which have just gone blue. And it is really striking just how much has changed. We were talking earlier about the red wall. Well, that has been breached. In fact, if you come up here into the northwest of England, there's literally a path now, a blue path from the west coast all the way over into the east coast, past Yorkshire. And I've got a voter from Yorkshire. You're from Halifax,
Yep.
a Conservative
Indeed,
voter,
yep.
a delighted Conservative voter.
Very much so, yeah. I mean, it's been a fantastic night. I mean, obviously, the majority is far exceeding what I expected. It's especially fantastic to see so many sort of seats in the north, in Yorkshire, in the north east and elsewhere, flip from red to blue, because I think that fundamentally the Labour Party's taken the north for granted for far too long.
But that is the extraordinary thing watching this tonight, is the seats that some of them had huge majorities, Labour majorities, that have just gone.
Yeah, indeed, and I think it's largely down to the Brexit issue, because obviously the north, all three regions, Yorkshire, the north west and the north east, voted overwhelmingly to leave, but we've had so many Labour MPs that refused to respect that result, and I think that's ultimately the sort of democratic justice coming back to bite them, because those constituents, their fears haven't gone away, their desire to leave the EU hasn't gone away, but it hasn't been enacted either, so I think that's the evidence here of democratic justice in action.
Thank you very much. And just another big change as well. This is very much like it was in 2015 when we watched Scotland go yellow. Well, that is happening all over again. Obviously, Jo Swinson losing her seat, a big story there. I've got a voter here from Stirling with me now. Your reaction, you want independence, you voted SNP, your reaction to the results tonight?
Well, it's always a difficult night because Scotland votes one way, England votes another. And we can see with all this blue, that's not what we want. We want our independence, we want a left of centre government, and we want to be in the EU.
Are you going to get it with all that blue?
If voting means anything, it must.
Okay, well, thank you very much. So as you can see, this map really changing shape in front of our eyes. And that huge swathe, that red wall, is definitely being breached.
Well, indeed, Sophie, thanks very much. Thanks to your guests as well. There was a notable contribution earlier, wasn't there, from someone saying, look, you know, this is all about the Conservative Party trying to prove, and now proving, they say, that they are the party of the working class, given the inroads they've made to lots of these Labour areas. What would be the response, Paul, to that?
Well, look, there is the small-town working class, which I think Labour is clearly culturally disconnected from, but there is the big city working class and the Scottish working class, which has voted for progressive parties. I think that one of the most interesting things I'm observing as the results come through is that, yes, it's been a terrible night for left Labourism, but centrism has kind of evaporated. There is no Jo Swinson, there is no Sam Gyimah, there is no Anna Soubry. In fact, many of the people who left Labour think it's only, 8 months ago that politics was broken and the independent group was the answer. Yeah. It's gone.
Yeah, that's fizzled out, hasn't it, really? Thoughts, Rachel, on where, you know, at the end of this kind of section of the evening, where are we? It's 20 to 5 in the morning. We've had 540 results in, 110 to go, so we are well on the way now towards the finishing line, and we're looking at a majority for the Tories of around 60, which is less than we said earlier, but it's still a pretty hefty majority. What do you expect to happen now in the next, let's say the next week? Let's just concentrate on a week, shall we? Will we get a Queen's speech? Will we get the withdrawal bill being put through the Commons? I mean, what do you expect?
I think we'll get the withdrawal bill being put through, possibly a Queen's speech too. I think probably the reshuffle will be delayed until after the Brexit stuff has been put through. But I think the interesting question is this a sort of permanent political earthquake? Right. Or are these voters in the so-called Red Wall lending their votes to the Conservative Party just to get Brexit done?
Is that your sense?
And once that's over, as focus groups I sat through, people were saying, we don't like those Conservatives, we still think they're Tories, but we want to get Brexit done. We think Boris Johnson's the man to do it, but once that's done, we'll go back to our traditional loyalties. And that's the interesting question.
It depends surely who Labour's new leader is.
Well, exactly. Can Boris Johnson persuade them that he really is for them? And also, can Labour move on, not just from Jeremy Corbyn, but from Corbynism? I think some of the messages that have been coming out from, including from Jeremy Corbyn, blaming only Brexit, I think there's a failure to recognise the scale of the problem the hard left and the Labour Party has revealed about itself.
If you were asked directly, Paul, who you think the next Labour leader will be, what would you say?
Well, I would say in response to that, I mean, for many months now, Corbynism has been less than the sum of its parts. It includes people like me who would describe myself as an open, pro-European, internationalist left, and it includes lots of people who are economic nationalists. We've had that fight, and it's that fight that has, I think, distracted us from the key things. Now, the person to take over needs to be a person of stature, because there's very little of this of the right wing of the party left. Gareth Snell, Ruth Smith, gone. The party needs to be held together, and I think that I will be looking, and in fact written an instant blog this morning saying, before I think about people, I want a person of stature to come forward. I want them to understand what went wrong, and then we go from there. The obvious runners and riders are Angela Rayner, Keir Starmer, possibly Emily Thornberry. Laura Pidcock would have been a potential runner and rider. She's gone. Rebecca Long-Bailey is someone, I think, favoured by the Corbyn setup. I'm not sure she's particularly favoured by the membership.
It's been great to have you both with us. Thank you very much. And Rachel and Paul, we'll see what happens right at the end of the results, but it's good to have your analysis. Thank you very much indeed. Right, where are we? We are looking at... We're looking at Kensington, where we saw that seat going back to the Conservatives, and Lucy Manning is there for us. So let's have a word with Lucy and ask Lucy how it panned out and what the response was there, Lucy.
Well, rather an interesting evening. This was England's most marginal seat with just 20 votes in it from the last election. It did seem for most of the evening that it was going to go Labour's way, and certainly the Labour camp were feeling confident. Emma Dent-Cote thought she'd done enough to get this seat. But then an hour and a half ago, there was a recount, and it seemed that the Tories were ahead, and the Tories have taken this seat. And it's important because it seemed that Labour's vote was potentially holding up in London, but that hasn't happened in this seat. And I think you can look at this seat and say this is a big failure of the Remain alliance, because this was a massive Remain seat. 70% voted Remain in the referendum, yet the Tories, with a candidate, Felicity Buchan, who voted Leave, has won this seat. And some real recriminations at the end here. There was a high-profile, the Lib Dem defector, Sam Gyimah, who defected from the Tory party. He stood in this seat. And that Remain vote split between the Labour and the Lib Dems. And when the vote was announced here, a number of Labour activists were shouting and heckling at Sam Gyimah, shouting shame, shame at him because this seat has gone to the Tories. So I think a real failure of the Remain alliance here. The Tories taking this London seat by just 150 votes after that first recount. I mean, remember, it is the seat that Grenfell, unfortunately, that tragedy happened in, and the Tories were criticised at the time for not doing enough, but the Tories have taken the seat here. If it's not too late in the morning for a little entertainment throwback, Bucks Fizz had a candidate standing here, Jay Alton, who was standing for the Brexit Party. She was in Bucks Fizz, and certainly the voters here making their minds up and going for the Tories.
Lucy, thank you very much. Lucy Manning, our special correspondent there, and with a touch of Bucks Fizz in there as well. Let's go straight to Stockport, because we're now talking about the big northwest of England region, and Nina Warhurst is our political editor in the northwest. And just a sense from you, Nina, of what the Conservatives have achieved in the northwest tonight.
Yeah, it's really incredible, Hugh. I came to Stockport because this is where Hazel Grove is, this is where Cheadle is. Liberal Democrat seats that fell to the Conservatives in 2015, commuter belt, suburban, affluent, Remain voting, the kind of seats that the Liberal Democrats were hoping to win back during this election. That didn't happen. Privately, they were telling me before the votes came in that they thought the revoke message on the doorstep went down incredibly badly, that Joe Swinson didn't go down too well. But obviously the much, much bigger story in the northwest, in Greater Manchester and beyond, is that of the Conservative win in places like Lee, near Wigan, a mining town that has been Labour for 100 years, in places like Haywood and Middleton in North Manchester. These are places that are unimaginably Conservative before this election. But there are obviously places where they voted Leave, and the message is clear from those seats that there's no regrets in terms of how they voted in 2016. Similar messages in Blackpool, in Burnley, in Warrington. It's a real shock across the northwest that these seats have turned blue, many of them for the first time in their history.
Just a thought at this point, Nina, about reasons, because we've had a bit of a debate in the studio, as you can imagine, certainly among Labour figures as well, about whether this was all about Brexit, anger about the failure to deliver it, or whether this was about a dislike of Jeremy Corbyn and the Labour leadership and what they were offering. What would you say?
I think I've said throughout this campaign, Hugh, that people haven't necessarily voted for who they like the most, it's for who they dislike the least. And I think Brexit has played a part, but I think equally in lots of Labour heartlands, as was predicted before polling day, there are just lots of working class Labour voters who just do not feel that they connect with Jeremy Corbyn. That's exactly what has happened in those seats.
Nina, good to talk to you. Thank you very much once again. Nina Warhurst there, our political editor in the North West, and Nina was in Stockport. So let's talk about some of those Conservative gains, and let's cross over the newsroom here at New Broadcasting House and go straight to our results centre, and Rita's there with some of the latest Conservative gains for us.
Yes, to expand really on what Nina was talking about there, some really staggering gains that we're seeing in some seats here, seats you'd never thought would go Conservative. Sedgefield, where Tony Blair once had a 25,000 majority, that's gone blue. Great Grimsby, which has been Labour since the war, that's gone blue. West Bromwich East, that was Tom Watson's old seat. That's now Conservative. Durham North West, where Laura Pidcock has lost her seat. She was a rising star in the Labour Party. Some thought she might take over from Tom Watson as deputy leader. Well, she's no longer in the Commons. Ashfield, Gloria De Piero was standing down for Labour there. Her former office manager defected to the Conservatives and has now won her seat. And in Derby North, Chris Williamson, who was expelled from the party for anti-Semitism, well, he's not just lost the seat, but he's actually lost his deposit, and that's also become Conservative, as have those two Stoke-on-Trent seats. Let's just go into Great Grimsby and have a look at what's happened to the vote. So the new Conservative MP for Great Grimsby is Leah Nietzsche. And let's just take a look at the change in the share of the vote from 2017. Labour plummeting 17 points, the Conservatives up 13, the Brexit Party taking 7% of the share, and that is the enormous swing from Labour to Conservative. 15 points in Great Grimsby. So those are some of the extraordinary results that we've seen for the Conservatives, and that is the scoreboard as it stands now, with 562 of the seats declared, so well on the way to getting most of the seats declared. And you can see the picture there, the Conservatives on with a very handsome 41 gains, the opposite for Labour losing 53, a strong night for the SNP, quite the opposite for the Lib Dems, and the DUP also making 2 losses.
Rita, many thanks. What I want to do now is to take a look at Bassetlaw in Nottinghamshire. This is just one example, OK? We can talk about Ashfield and other places, but just look at these figures. This is a Conservative gain. This is where John Mann, the Labour MP, was standing down, Keir Morrison standing for Labour, but it's been taken by the Conservative Brendan Clark-Smith, a majority of 14,000 in Bassetlaw. You know, this is on a turnout of 64%. The Tories taking more than half the votes cast. So look at this, 55% to 28% to Labour, 11% to the Brexit Party, 7% to the Lib Dems. And if we look at the change, we'll see that the Tories added 12 percentage points to their share. Labour down a huge 25% on John Mann's own vote last time. And the swing, gosh, look at that. That's the biggest swing in any English constituency so far. That is a gigantic swing of 18% from Labour to the Conservatives. And the reason that I'm picking on Bassetlaw is not just because of the record swing, but because with me in the studio is John Mann, the former Labour MP, who's been sent into the House of Lords, invited into the House of Lords as the government's anti-Semitisms are. Good to have you with us, John. And Gina Miller, who is, of course, the prominent anti-Brexit campaigner. It's good to have you both with us. Thank you very much. Bassett law, which, of course, John, you know like the back of your hand, now is represented by a Conservative with a 14,000 majority on the biggest swing in England. What happened there?
It's very simple, it's very predictable. The last 18 months, every single household, and I mean every household, said, we're not voting for Corbyn, or we don't want Corbyn, but we'll stick with Labour, one or other.
Right.
And in the last few days, I went into a few workplaces, and it was just unambiguous. Right. We don't want Corbyn, we're not having Corbyn, and they decided not to vote for the Brexit Party, but to vote for Boris Johnson. That's purely because of his message of get Brexit done.
So when you think of Boris Johnson and what he represents in terms of his background and all the rest of it, these are people in the past that you would never have imagined would actually be in a position to offer their support to a Conservative leader like him. But you're saying that the desire to get Brexit done took them over the line.
Yeah, they've lent their support to the Conservative Party to get Brexit done.
Right.
And don't forget, I've been warning privately and publicly the Labour Party for a long time on this. The Parliamentary Labour Party was sick of me getting up and saying, you don't know what's going to hit you. Here's what's going to hit you. You know, my Labour areas, those that voted for me, 90% Brexit in the referendum, the strongest Labour areas. And they were voting 2-1 today for the Conservative Party. That's lending their votes on Brexit. The Labour Party refused to listen to them. But don't underestimate the toxicity of Jeremy Corbyn and the cult around him. It is extraordinary. People made their minds up. They don't want Corbyn. They don't want Corbynism. And if Labour doesn't learn the lesson, the Labour Party might as well not exist.
So what will it take for those people to return to Labour?
First of all, Corbyn ought to go. He ought to be out now. He ought to have resigned already. It's going to require a leader who understands where people are coming from, understands the issues, and then starts talking to those people, rather than Bassett Law sums up the arrogance of the Corbyn project. They didn't let a local candidate stand. They then removed the candidate who was selected. They imposed their own Corbynite candidate. He got humiliated. Incredibly predictable. But that sums up the arrogance of these people, that they've taken working class voters in the north of England and the Midlands for granted. And that arrogance, if that doesn't go, then Labour's finished as a political force in this country, and it needs a leader who understands that.
Gina, can I turn to you, because you fought long and hard, you've been through the courts, you've taken a lot of abuse as a result of it in terms of your fight against the Brexit process and the right of Parliament.
No, it wasn't against the Brexit process.
Well,
It's about it was being pushed through in an illegal way. That's what I was fighting.
No, that's yes, I take the point, and fighting for the right of Parliament as well to have a voice. So that's I'm not denying that. But the point is this. There's a different question, isn't there, now that Boris Johnson's looking as if he has, he's heading for this solid majority. Are you now going to say to viewers that the campaigns that you've been leading have resulted in what? I mean, is that campaign over?
I have to say, so the tactful voting campaign, I just want to confirm what John has just said, in that it was not just across a particular group of people or age group, but we were finding the anti-Corbyn. We were asking people to put a nose peg on their nose and tactically vote. They weren't having it. They were saying over and over again, we would like to. Tactical voting was being talked about in every conversation across social media, across media. But when it came to it, they just couldn't do it. And we were hearing that across the country, north, south, young, old. It was Corbyn first. We just do not want this man as our leader. So the fact is, I do think he should go, because we have no opposition that somebody feels they can vote for. And then, you know, how does democracy work if we don't have a functioning democracy, opposition? And that's one thing. The second thing I'd say is that the other side were also tactically voting. And that's what we're seeing, actually, is that there was this presumption that only Remain voters were going to tactically vote, and we were picking up all the time that actually it was both sides. And I think what you're seeing is a lot of Leave voters have actually tactically voted this time. So it has worked, but it was on the other side. And I think now with this majority, we will see a Queen's speech, we will see the bill going through Parliament, and then the next thing we will see when we come back in January is how Boris will actually change his domestic policy to suit this one nation narrative that he's coming up with, because he now has to represent the whole of the country, north, south, old Labour seats, mining towns, but also Leave and Remainers. So I'd be really interested to see how he shifts that in January.
Okay.
Do you accept, though, Gina, and I know your court cases were about the process, but do you accept now that we are leaving the European Union, that your campaign, that is definitely, absolutely what's going to happen?
It will come back, it will get to the House of Lords, I think, before Christmas, and the bill will go through, and that will be then law. So on a domestic front, it will be law, then it will get ratified in January, and then the next hurdle, if you like, for the government or for Boris Johnson will be the 31st of January. Okay. And I can imagine that will be extended, because I can't see how he'll hit that deadline. But the actual bill will go through Parliament.
Let's just take a pause there for a second. What I'd like to do now is get a little more analysis of where we are with just 72 seats to go and the Tories getting ever closer to that 326 mark. Let's join Jeremy once again inside the House of Commons.
Well, just updating our forecast, Hugh, and we started the night with the exit poll. Obviously, we've got real results now, so we're bringing them in. The overall majority comes when you get to 306 MPs in the House of Commons. Let's see what we are predicting now. And we think we'll end the election night with 362 Conservative MPs. So a good, firm, solid, comfortable majority for Boris Johnson. But let's have a look by contrast at Labour. So we were just hearing from John Mann about Labour's travails there. We don't think they're going to get above 200 seats. We've got it on 199 under our projection at the moment. 199, historically awful result by the main opposition party. By contrast, the SNP doing brilliantly in this election. 52, down a little bit from our original exit poll forecast. Lib Dems on 13, and without their leader now, of course, Joe Swinson. Plaid Cymru staying on 4, Greens on 1. We saw Caroline Lucas back in the House of Commons, and the others on 19. And that means a majority for the Conservatives of 74. Which will give Boris Johnson, I think the word Andrew Marr used was unfettered, the ability to work unfettered as leader of the Conservative Party, which, of course, Theresa May did not have. Now, what about share of the vote? Let me just show you where we are at. If we look at the share of the vote in Great Britain, and we have the three parties contesting the election across the country, 45% Conservative is a historically high figure. It's a very impressive figure when you consider that even in 1979, when Mrs. Thatcher won her first election, she wasn't quite at 45%. In fact, you've got to go back to 1970 to see the Conservatives performing that well. 33% for Labour, but losing votes by the 1,000 in all the most critical areas. That's the problem with their performance tonight. And the Lib Dems bumping along. Got to say with the Lib Dems, 12%. If you had 12% of the MPs, you'd have about 70 MPs. Obviously, the system doesn't work very well for them, but they're on 12, not really moving since the last election. Green Party, by the way, about 3%. Brexit Party, about 2%. But that share is history-making for Boris Johnson. Hugh.
Jeremy, thanks very much again. The Tories now on 317. They're very close to that 326 mark where we will formally declare that they have won this election and well on their way to a majority, as Jeremy was saying there, of dozens of seats, which is a very different world for us to be in. Let's join Andrew again.
Thanks, Hugh. President Trump has tweeted that looks like Boris Johnson is going to win big in the UK. It's good that the White House has finally caught up with the BBC exit poll. Let's go to West Yorkshire, to Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford, where Yvette Cooper has held on to a seat, but with a much reduced majority. Yvette Cooper, your majority has been slashed. Your party has lost the North. Did you lose it because of Brexit or because of Mr Corbyn?
I think there are a mix of things involved, and look, this is a really grim result for us, and it's particularly grim for all of the people who depended on having a strong Labour Party, who were relying on getting a Labour government, whether that is families who are going to food banks or patients waiting in the NHS. But I think that both were a factor. Obviously, Brexit was a key issue in the campaign, but I think also perceptions of the whole party and perceptions of the leadership were clearly a key issue as well.
And what do you mean by perceptions of the leadership?
Just that we obviously, on many doorsteps, we would get people talking both about Brexit but also about the party as a whole and about Jeremy and about their different views of the leadership, their different views of the party, and also just not in the end being prepared to put their crosses by enough Labour names across the country because they didn't think that we could be the kind of government that they wanted. And that is really bad. That is devastating for us.
Should your party continue with Corbynism but without Mr Corbyn, who's standing down, or does it need a fresh start with a different strain of the Labour Party?
Well, I think what we've got isn't working. We've really seen that this morning, and we've seen that right across the country. So clearly we have got to change. I think we have to spend a bit of time reflecting on all of the different things that have been so damaging for us. I also think that there is this really serious growing gap between cities and towns in the country, and Labour is increasingly becoming a party of the cities. That is partly about the Brexit debate, but actually it's more than the Brexit debate, and we're no longer being seen as a party that stands up for towns, even though actually many of our towns across the country have been harder hit by both austerity but also by changing economic patterns across the country that the Conservatives haven't dealt with, and yet we have failed to make that argument in any convincing way and failed to be credible for people living in towns across the country who voted strongly against us tonight or last night.
So what do you say to the message coming out from Mr Corbyn's office and those around him and from Momentum that this election, because of Brexit, was sui generis, that it was really Brexit that's produced this result? It wasn't Corbynism. There's no need to change that. We'll just get a younger Mr Corbyn or a female leader who's a Corbynista, and we carry on. We don't need to change the ideology, and the Brexit will not be the issue come the next election.
I think the scale of our losses tonight, this morning, really shows that we have to change as a party. It is just not working, and it is broader. But look, don't get me wrong, Brexit is clearly a significant part of this. There's no doubt about that. Maybe things might have been different if the parties had worked together from the beginning, straight after the referendum result. Maybe things might have been different if we had got some form of customs union compromise in the spring. But maybe it wouldn't. Maybe the divisions around Brexit are just so deep at the moment that it is going to require a mammoth effort to try and bring people together. But I do think very clearly from discussions that I've had, on many doorsteps around my constituency, around neighbouring constituencies as well, that this was not just about Brexit. We know it wasn't just about Brexit. It was about their perceptions of the party, their perceptions of the leadership, and their people's unwillingness or not willing in enough numbers to support us across the country.
There's going to be a Labour leadership contest. Do you fancy having a go?
I think that's not the discussion for now, because we have got to focus on the reasons why we have lost so many votes, rather than rushing into speculating about who should do what in the future. The scale of this is so significant. To be, your predictions are to have us below 200 seats in the House of Commons at a time when we know that people have huge doubts about the Prime Minister. I don't believe that this vote was a huge enthusiastic support for the Conservative Party. Instead, it was really a recognition of, it was just choice that they preferred the Conservative Party across the country.
Okay.
But that's partly because we in the Labour Party had let them down.
I need to interrupt you, Yvette Cooper. Thank you for joining us. I need to go back to Hugh. We've got a declaration coming up.
Thanks, Andrew. We're going to Hendon in North London. Let's see what's going on there.
The number of votes recorded for each candidate is as follows. Luciana Claire Berger, Liberal Democrats, 17,600. Michael Whitney Freer, commonly known as Mike Freer, the Conservative Party candidate, 24,162. Ross Semple Houston, Labour Party, 13,347. And I therefore declare that Michael Whitney Freer, commonly known as Mike Freer, is duly elected.
Finchley and Golders Green in North London, which is the seat that was once represented by Margaret Thatcher in Parliament. Well, the Conservative Mike Freer has taken the seat. And the interesting thing here is that Luciana Berger, the former MP in Liverpool Wavertree, the Labour MP, moved to Finchley and Golders Green, 17,600 with Labour on 13,300. So a majority of 6,500 to the Conservatives and a turnout of 71%. And really, Laura, as we look at these figures, that was actually one of the big hopes, wasn't it, for those people who had left Labour in order to campaign really for Remain or against Brexit.
Yes, absolutely. And the Lib Dems fought that seat very, very hard. Turnout high again. We've seen that quite a theme in quite a few of these seats where you had a defector. But the Tories holding on to that puts them, pretty much there, I think.
It is 6 minutes past 5 in the morning, and we are now in a position to say that this election of 2019 formally has been won by the Conservatives. They're now on 327 seats. It is 326 on the finishing line, so they will then proceed now to a bigger majority. But we can now say that based on the results that have come in, 598 seats in, 51 to go, the Conservatives are now on 328. They have passed the finishing line and they have formally won this election. And that, Laura, is a big moment.
It's a huge moment. It's a huge moment for Boris Johnson, of course, who a year ago was written off by many people. It's an enormous moment for the Conservative Party, having had a torrid and turbulent time when they saw their majority being whittled away. And then when he threw some people out of the party, they went backwards. But they had a couple of years of agony of having to rely on the Democratic Unionist Party from Northern Ireland. And then before that, David Cameron with a very, very rocky time. I mean, it seemed like a big victory for him at the time of getting a majority of 15. But this means probably more than anything else in terms of the historical significance for it. Unless something very strange happens, we will be leaving the European Union next month. And that answers the biggest question of British politics for the last 3.5 years is, was what happened in 2016 actually going to happen or not? Because that is the question that has paralysed Parliament. The previous Parliament was not able to agree on how to leave, and therefore we did not agree. They didn't agree on whether we would leave. The public has answered that question tonight, and that is what this Prime Minister will do. And of course, the size of his majority beyond this will dictate how much freedom and how radical he may or may not be to do other things and to pursue other projects.
Well, the results are still coming in. Why don't we have a look at the Palace of Westminster, which is where all the activity will start within a few days' time. And we are projecting the result as it's happening on the Palace of Westminster, on the banks of the River Thames. And there we have it so far. The Conservatives on 330 actually has now just gone up to 331. with Labour on 197. So they're now way past that finishing mark of 326, and the numbers are going up. They're now on 332. So we're heading towards that majority that John Curtis was telling us about a short while ago. So the news, if you're just joining us here on election 2019, at 8 minutes past 5 in the morning, is that the Conservatives are now past the finishing post. They have won a majority in this campaign, and that is the formal result for us as they head towards, of course, a much bigger majority, a majority of at least 50, possibly 60 seats. We've been joined here in the studio by the former Director of Communications for David Cameron, Sir Craig Oliver. Craig, welcome to you.
Good morning.
Well, what do you make of this result and what has led to it? Tell us what you think it signifies in terms of the political landscape.
Well, it feels like the electoral map of Great Britain has been completely reshaped. It's an amazing victory for Boris Johnson. I think the big loser tonight, not just the Labour Party, unfortunately the Remain cause, I think, has taken a hell of a battering. And the main opposition, really, for Boris Johnson, is, as far as there is any, is Nicola Sturgeon in Scotland. That tension is going to be played out over the coming years and is going to be a real fascinating battle to watch.
Because talking to Nicola Sturgeon earlier, she was very clear about the fact that her mandate was stronger than ever and that she will be pressing the case very vigorously for a second referendum. We've already had the Prime Minister telling us that he's dead set against it. That is a clash that is waiting to happen.
It's a clash that will go on over the next couple of years. There are a number of options open to Nicola Sturgeon. One is just to create a massive grievance that continues over the years and she builds up. Another small possibility, I think, is that she may even try and call an illegal referendum in Scotland. That was an option that was open to Alex Salmond, and that's the main reason why David Cameron actually called the referendum. He was so nervous of that. But that tension is going to be absolutely huge.
When you look at the Conservative performance and when you look at the massive inroads into traditional Labour areas, which are Leave areas for the most part, what do you make of the strategy now? Because lots of people were saying about Boris Johnson, get Brexit done, it's an empty phrase and all the rest of it. It seems to have been a far more powerful clarion call than lots of people thought.
Well, David Cameron's strategy was to build a coalition between Shire Tories and Metropolitan Liberals. What Boris Johnson has managed to do is build a coalition between Shire Tories and traditional Labour voters. And that's an extraordinary achievement. The Get Brexit Done slogan, I think, probably was a masterstroke. None of the opposition campaigns came up with anything like it. People were sick and tired of Brexit. They were fed up with it, of all the shenanigans that had gone on. And I think there was a main contributing factor. Although I do think the Labour Party is going to have to look very deep at whether or not Corbynite socialism can actually work in any way for this country.
Knowing what you do of workings inside Downing Street, what do you expect will happen in the next week or so, let's say? Do you expect a Queen's speech within a week or something?
That is possible. I think that what you are going to see is, as with Boris Johnson's speech tonight, he's going to grab the ball and run like hell for the centre. I think he thinks that his future and the reality of remaining Prime Minister, for not just for this term, but for another term afterwards, is by presenting himself as a one-nation Conservative. Notice how, as Andrew Mell said, he branded himself as a one-nation Conservative. That is something that he is going to continually do. He's going to have to demonstrate that over the coming months. It's going to be interesting how he does that when he's got so many people who traditionally voted Labour on his side. What's he going to give them? How's he going to behave with them? But he's in pole position. He is an extraordinarily powerful figure at the moment. And what is interesting is, how does he use that power? Does he reject the ERG and actually move forward by saying, I am not going to put up with people like Jacob Rees-Mogg anymore? That will be fascinating. What signals does he send to that side of the party? I personally hope that he does send a very strong signal that they're out and now he can be a traditional one-nation Conservative. But he's going to require real strength of character.
Just one thought, one broader thought maybe, Craig, before I bring Jeremy Vine in, which is that, you know, Boris Johnson dismissed as a clown, as a fibber and all the rest of it until relatively recently, and some people still saying that that's exactly what he is. But now, the basis of this result and the kind of Tory majority that, you know, Margaret Thatcher was getting towards the end of her term in '87, I mean, it was a bigger majority for her then, but, you know, still dozens of seats. His political profile and authority and status has been completely transformed.
What happens with elections is, if you win, all the sins get washed away, certainly for a period of time. And he is now at pinnacle of his power, extraordinarily powerful figure. He can do enormous amounts of things in terms of legislation, picking his cabinet, choosing which direction he goes for the country. I would be advising him to really take hold of that and make use of that, and to show himself as a one-nation Conservative and to push to side the other people, perhaps the ERG in the party.
We shall see. Craig, thanks for now. Thanks very much. Yes, the path to Downing Street, the road to Downing Street. Jeremy, tell us all about it.
Well, they've gone past the 326, haven't they? So we can have a look at how they did it, the Conservatives. 326, the winning line. That gives you the overall majority, and your leader goes through the door of number 10 with confidence, as Boris Johnson will now do. Let us just pave the path here. So first of all, we show you all the constituencies that we have results in from, and we'll see where it goes to. We'll see where it crosses the line here. Let's just have a look. So 326, the line. And what do we got around here? We've got Banff and we've got Bolsover. How interesting that Dennis Skinner, the beast of Bolsover's seat, he leaves the Commons, and his seat was the one that got them over the line. Finchley, we just saw Bournemouth East, Lewis, Dudley North, another gain there. Let's just move on a bit here and just see where they go. Broadland, Plymouth Moorview, Worthing, Wantage. Wantage was formerly Ed Vaizey's seat. Come back to the Conservative safe seat, that. So that's where they are at the moment. 335, still some more seats to come on. Let's have a look at Labour now. And boy, oh boy, they're a long way down the street, aren't they? We'll pave their tiles now. Each tile, a seat in the House of Commons. Each tile has the name of the constituency on it. These are the results we've got in so far. And let's just look at the number of Labour seats so far. It's 100, let's just make that out there, 199. And we'll go to the end of the line and just read them off if we can. Right, let's take a look. So we've got Dagenham coming in as Labour, but very tight there. Bradford South, Southampton Test, Wythenshawe. But some of these are marginals where the defence is now going to be very tight, and they were safe before. As Craig Oliver was just saying here, the map is transformed. So Labour back there. Now we have a look at the end of the Conservative line, and this involves bringing in our projections. So let's just have a look. We'll bring in the extra Conservative seats now and lay them down. There we go. So we haven't got results in from these, but we're calling them as Conservative. We'll see what happens in the next few hours. Tiverton, Thirsk, Wantage for some reason down twice. Welwyn, Dorset West, Yeovil, the Conservative MP Marcus Fish staying in there. Buckingham was the Speaker's seat, of course. Chipping Barnet would be Theresa Villiers back in the Commons. You've got Colne Valley, that would be a gain from Labour. Batley and Spen, we can't be certain about it, but it looks like that is going to be a Conservative gain as well. And Carshalton as well would be the Conservatives taking from the Liberal Democrats. So that's how they did it, and Bolsover the seat that crossed the line and got them to 326.
Well, fancy that. And Jeremy, thanks very much for underlining the fact that Bolsover was that mark, because, of course, it now means that Dennis Skinner is no longer in the House of Commons. 87-year-old Dennis Skinner is no longer in the House of Commons. He would have been Father of the House, succeeding Kenneth Clarke. But the Father of the House will now become Peter Bottomley, the Conservative, who will be the new senior member, if you like, the most long-standing member of the House of Commons. Look at the Bolsover figures there. And as we see, Dennis Skinner just pushed into second place, a majority of over 5,000. Again, we're talking about one of these former mining areas in Derbyshire. And, this has only had 2 MPs since its creation in 1950, and Dennis Skinner was elected back in 1970 when, in that election where Edward Heath won against Harold Wilson. He's been there for decades. As I say, he's 87. He's not been well recently, but he's been defeated in this
And look at the scale of the change in the Labour vote there.
Yes.
Dropping by 16%, and the swing there, 11% Labour to Tory in that kind of part of the country. And as we've seen in that seat, and in quite a few of those other places, whether we're talking about Bassetlaw or whether we're talking much earlier in the night about somewhere like Blythe Valley, voters who'd been Labour forever said to us on the campaign they don't sort of get, they were hearing from Jeremy Corbyn again and again about industrial past, focus on manufacturing, all the kind of traditions of Labour that they felt, we're not like that anymore. We've changed, things have moved on, and this version of the Labour Party has not necessarily kept up. And one Labour candidate who actually tonight has ended up losing his seat said to me a couple of weeks ago they were desperately worried because what happened under New Labour changed his community around him, and then when Labour changed, well, the community wasn't very interested in the direction that Labour had taken anymore. So there's a sort of loosening of those bonds that's happened over a long period of time that's not just necessarily about Brexit. Who knows, though, how quickly or if ever they can be reformed with a different leadership.
OK. Let's look at the figures once again. Let's take a look outside at Broadcasting House and the latest figures as we have them, because we are looking at a total of 337 for the Tories in reality, but what we're looking there at is the BBC prediction. The prediction of 363 for the Tories at the end of this contest, 203 to the Labour Party and to Jeremy Corbyn. So some significant losses there for the Labour Party, as we've been mentioning. The Lib Dems will be on 12. The SNP, we think, around 49 at this point. We spoke to the First Minister earlier. A relatively poor performance there for the Lib Dems, and Jo Swinson's lost her seat. Plaid Cymru on 4, we think, is the projection. The Brexit Party not taking any, and the Greens on 1. We heard from Caroline Lucas earlier on. So that's where we are. You're watching Election 2019. And straight into our newsroom here at New Broadcasting House in central London, and the headlines with Tina Dahealy.
Thanks, Hugh. Good morning. With more than 600 results now declared, the Conservatives have passed the finish line. They have formally won the election and are set for a substantial majority, their biggest win since 1987. Labour, meanwhile, is looking at its worst performance in 3 decades. Leader Jeremy Corbyn said he wouldn't lead his party into any future general election. The Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, has held his seat, but the Liberal Democrat leader, Jo Swinson, has lost hers. Jessica Parker has the latest.
The Prime Minister will likely have a smile for the cameras today. On course for a working majority, he called it an historic election.
That gives us now, in this new government, the chance to respect the democratic will of the British people, to change this country for the better, and to unleash the potential of the entire people of this country.
They're delighted, the Tories making those inroads into Labour heartlands that voted leave.
I would like to thank Boris, because I would say that I'm going to be on that train on Monday. I'm going to London. We're going to get Brexit done.
Labour's Brexit policy has been under scrutiny in this campaign. His leadership too, as he acknowledged a disappointing result.
I want to also make it clear that I will not lead the party in any future general election campaign. I will discuss with our party to ensure there is a process now of reflection on this result.
I'm not going to sit here and scalp Jeremy Corbyn on the television for anyone, because that's all the headline will be. And actually what I want to say is that the Labour Party tonight, we have failed to meet the test of the public, and in doing that we fail the people who we aim to serve, and that is heartbreaking.
Again for Labour in London though, winning Putney off the Tories. But a huge blow for the Lib Dems, their leader Jo Swinson narrowly losing her seat.
For millions of people in our country, these results will bring dread and dismay, and people are looking for hope.
The road ahead for Boris Johnson now appears to be clear: to drive the agenda, steer the country towards its next destination. Jessica Parker, BBC News.
Well, as we saw, the SNP took Jo Swinson's seat. Overall, they are expected to win around 50 seats out of 59 in Scotland. Nicola Sturgeon's party backed a second referendum on EU membership during their campaign. The SNP also ran on securing a new vote on Scottish independence from the UK. It's been a bad night for the Democratic Unionist Party in Northern Ireland. Deputy Leader Nigel Dodds lost his Belfast North seat to Sinn Féin's John Finucane. It also lost Belfast South to the nationalist SDLP. The Alliance Party has won a seat at Westminster, taking North Down, and the SDLP took the seat of Foyle from Sinn Féin. You might have seen earlier that Boris Johnson took his dog with him to the polling station. Here is Dylan being cuddled by Mr Johnson's partner Carrie Symonds just before the declaration in Uxbridge. Looks like he's dealing with all the attention pretty well. And while you're watching us, you can get more information from BBC News Online. Our live page has all the latest results as they come in, and real-time analysis from the experts. You can follow it all online. That's it from me. Back to election 2019.
Welcome back to the BBC Election Centre, and we are declaring a victory for the Conservatives in this election campaign, in this contest. They've now passed the line at which they form a majority in the House of Commons. They're already on 338, but this is the projected final score. We'll see if it works out precisely, but we're projecting onto the walls of the Palace of Westminster that Boris Johnson will be on 363 seats at the end of the counting. Just 35 seats to come in, by the way, and Labour on 203. That is the projection. Scotland playing a very big part in the story of the night. So let's join Rita to see what the SNP gains are looking like.
Hugh, it's shaping up to be a very strong night for the SNP. Here are some more gains that have been declared fairly recently. Glasgow North East, we were reporting a little bit earlier. That was Labour's last seat in Glasgow. That's now fallen to the SNP. Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath, Gordon Brown's old seat, that has now fallen to the SNP candidate Neil Hanvey. Although that's quite interesting because he had in fact been suspended over anti-Semitic comments that he'd made online, but his name was on the ballot paper as the SNP candidate. So there are questions now as to whether or not he will take the SNP whip in the Commons. We'll have to see what happens there. Coatbridge also going from Labour to the SNP. Renfrewshire East, that's gone from the Conservatives to the SNP, although in 2015 that was Jim Murphy's seat, Labour's Jim Murphy. Other Conservative seats in 2017, including Ayr, Aberdeen South and Gordon, they've all now gone SNP. So if we just take a quick look at the Scotland scoreboard, you'll see the SNP in a very strong position. They've put on 13 seats tonight and now on 46. The Conservatives have lost 7, Lib Dems no change, and the Labour Party having lost 6.
Rita, thanks very much. Well, given that we're looking there at the picture in Scotland, Andrew's with a guest who knows all about the Scottish picture. Andrew?
Indeed. The BBC is now projecting that the Tories will get between 45 and 46% of the vote. But given the Conservatives are doing badly in Scotland, that means the share of the vote in England will be higher than 45 or 46%. You have to go back to Ted Heath beating Harold Wilson in 1970 to get a share of the vote as high as 46%. Which brings us to Jim Murphy, the former leader of the Scottish Labour Party. Another disastrous night for the Scottish Labour Party is becoming the norm.
This is our 4th successive defeat across the UK. It's a terrible night in Scotland, and even though it's this early in the morning, I still feel as angry now as I did when I heard the exit poll at 10 p.m. This has been a campaign by Corbyn of Corbynism, which has led to the fact that we are now, half a century since Labour last won a majority other than Tony Blair. And it's based upon an outdated sense of what working class people want, respect and expect from the Labour Party. There's a sense in the Corbyn project which is all you've got to do is patronisingly give working class people promises of free things that someone else will pay for. Now, in the Labour Party we eulogise Bevan and many others, and his old slogan, his old saying about the language of priorities is the religion of socialism. And in the Labour Party manifesto, everything was a priority and someone else would pay for it. And the working class voters in these northern towns and cities knew in Northern England that you don't get these things for free. It wasn't credible.
You started the night with 7 Labour MPs in Scotland. Looks like you're down to 1 now. That's it. Is that Mr Corbyn's fault? Is that what you're saying?
Well, Scotland's divided into 2 camps. The people who voted yes in the referendum and the people who voted no. And the Labour
people who
Party
voted no now vote Tory.
Well, on the basis that there's 2 camps in Scotland and Labour Party's in neither.
So you've written yourself out of the script.
We have pretended to some people who voted yes that we were on their side, and we've sent confused signals to the majority who voted no that we wouldn't stand in the way of an independence referendum. And it's a remarkable achievement. There's no future for the Labour Party in Scotland or in England if we pretend to agree with nationalism. Our politics has got to be open. It's got to be about breaking down barriers, not building. It's got about saying immigration is a good thing for our economy, our culture. our public
I
services.
thought Labour was saying that. Can I just ask you...
No, it actually wasn't. It was pretending to agree with nationalism, sending mixed
All
signals
right.
on Brexit
Let me ask
and
you
on
this, though,
independence.
because the real story of tonight is that the Conservatives have swept England outside London.
They have,
and
yes.
the SNP have swept Scotland.
That's right.
And they will be demanding a second referendum on Scottish independence. Boris Johnson will have a huge majority. It's a reserve power for Westminster. But what should he do? Should he deny a second referendum, or should he say, if that's what the Scots want and they voted for the party that wants it, we better give it to them?
Well, these elections, you can't call them within a few hours of polls closing. I don't know what Boris Johnson is going to do, but what I'm clear is...
I'm asking you, what would you advise him?
Well, I was in Scotland through most of the general election campaign, and it was remarkable because the SNP didn't seek a mandate for an independence referendum.
They're saying they did. They're saying that they fought this on a second referendum.
I know you're from Paisley. I don't know if that's where you
It
vote.
doesn't make me a bad person. Just answer the question.
Well, that's open to debate. But the point is that in Scotland, the SNP didn't ask for a mandate for a second independence referendum.
They said they did.
But I'm there, Andrew. I saw it. The leaflets I got through
Well,
the door
I think they were
said...
there as well.
Yeah,
or they wouldn't be
no,
called the Scottish National Party, would
until
they?
a minute to 10, they said, vote for us to stop Brexit. At a minute past 10, they're saying it's a mandate for a second independence referendum.
So your advice to Boris Johnson is not to give in?
My advice to the Labour Party in Scotland, I can't give advice to Boris Johnson.
He's the Prime Minister, and you've been through this before. I'm asking you, what should Westminster do? Should it concede a second referendum or say, no, you had one, you didn't really get a mandate?
What I would argue, Andrew, and I'm not involved in frontline politics anymore, if the SNP want a second independence referendum, they should argue for that in the Scottish Parliament elections that are coming up, clearly, unambiguously. This election in Scotland wasn't about independence or a second independence referendum.
You seem to have no position on this. It's
I'm
Labour
very
all
clear.
over.
Look, Andrew, that's
you're as bad as Mr Corbyn on Brexit. You can't give us a clear position.
I'm giving you a very clear position.
Should there be a second...
There should not be a second independence... Of course, my view and the Scottish Labour Party's view is there should not be a second independence referendum. Now, Mr Corbyn confused that by coming to Scotland and pretending and signalling that he might be for a second independence referendum. Looking at what's happening in our politics this evening, however, I look at what's happening in Northern Ireland and I look at what's happening in Scotland, and I happen to be of the view, I might be wrong, that we may see a united Ireland before we see a divided Britain.
All right, we shall see. Jim Murphy, thanks for being patient and waiting. Got to go back to Hugh for a declaration.
Andrew, many thanks. Let's go to Plymouth.
Elwood, James Overton, the Green Party, 1,557. Pollard, Luke, Labour and Cooperative Party, 25,461. Reid, Graham Richard, Liberal Democrat, 2,545. Smith, Rebecca Jane, the Conservative Party candidate, 20,704. Widdicombe, Anne Noreen, Brexit Party, 2,909. And the number of votes rejected was 141. I do hereby declare that Luke Pollard is duly elected.
So Labour holding on to Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport, and Luke Pollard re-elected. He's the Shadow Environment Minister. Rebecca Smith for the Tories in second place, and Anne Widdicombe, the former Conservative MP and now Brexit Party MEP, way back in third place, and 48% to 39%. To Labour and the Tories, and this is a 2017 Labour gain from the Conservatives, who'd held it since 2010. So an interesting result for us. This is where Nigel Farage, by the way, had been campaigning as well for Anne Widdicombe, but Brexit Party there, even though up 5%, way behind. And the swing, what is the swing in Plymouth Sutton? It's 2.2% from Labour to the Tories. So Plymouth Sutton in, that's a Labour hold, a rare bit of good news for Labour tonight. Let's talk about the position in Sheffield, because one of the Sheffield seats, especially Sheffield Hallam, where Nick Clegg used to be the MP, that declared earlier. And Harry's there for us. Harry Grecian, good to see you, Harry. Tell us what happened.
Well, it was a dramatic end, really, to what has been a very significant day here. And I have to say that the result was a very good one for the Labour Party. They needed it, of course. Olivia Blake won this. And a very disappointing one for Laura Gordon from the Liberal Democrats. It was in the end about 802 votes that separated the two of them. And of course you're absolutely right in saying that this was the Nick Clegg constituency up to a couple of years ago, and then Jared O'Mara took over. He of course had his problems as well, and so the Liberal Democrats were really hoping that they would have an opportunity to reclaim the seat that they feel is theirs, but it was a determined campaign, and Olivia Blake has won this by over 800 votes and is absolutely delighted by that result.
Harry, many thanks. Harry Gratian there for us with the latest in Sheffield Hallam and that result, which is a Labour hold. And as Harry was saying, a bit of good news there for Labour. Lord Faulkner is with us, Charlie Faulkner, former Labour Cabinet Minister, and Sir Craig Oliver's with us. And we've been joined as well by Sean Berry, who's co-leader of the Green Party. Thank you very much for joining us. Charlie, first of all, you were such a prominent figure in those Blair years. You're now looking at a position where Labour's done even worse than it did in 1983. So let's have your first thought on what lies behind this. Is it a leadership issue or is it a policy issue on Brexit principally?
I think it is essentially a leadership issue. This was a leadership that was in effect talking to a part of the Labour Party rather than talking to the wider community. Ultimately, if you are the main opposition party, you only make progress if you have an argument about what the future will look like that convinces the public. And what we had here was a situation where we not only lost in all the traditional Conservative Labour marginals, with a few exceptions, but we also lost our most heartland support in the Midlands and in the North East and the North West. And that was because, just as in Scotland in 2015, that heartland support said, you are offering us nothing and you don't connect with us anymore. Just as the Scottish Labour Party and those who had voted for Labour in Scotland in the years before 2015 decided to abandon us. And for us, the big question is, what do we do to start having a conversation again, both with the people in the marginals, the floating voter that could be one or could be the other, but also our heartland? And if we don't do it quickly, it'll be too late to put it together again. So Jeremy, who has very many characteristics that demand respect, has rightly said he's not going to lead us into another election. We need quickly to elect a leader, and in making that choice, we've got to have somebody who doesn't talk just to 1/8 of us, but talks to the nation.
He was very clear earlier, wasn't he? He was giving the very strong impression that he wanted to hang around a bit to oversee this process of reflection and to map the way forward. And in that very seat, Charlie, earlier, John Lansman was there saying, well, I hope he sticks around because he needs to help us to fashion a future for the party beyond the Corbyn leadership. Your message is rather different. You want him to go when? Tomorrow?
I want him to go in such time as it takes to have a reasonable leadership election. Right. And I would have in mind by March, April of next year. This is not a normal election for a whole myriad of reasons, but one of them is we are in the middle of the European exit process. We're definitely leaving the European Union now because of this election, but immediately afterwards we're going to be debating what is our relationship with Europe. Are we going to pivot towards the USA and leave a close alliance with Europe, or are we staying with Europe, not in the European Union, but treating the USA maybe more at arm's length than Boris would want? We have to be a party that is arguing about that with a leader who is speaking for our party on a permanent basis. We can't be staring at our navel between now and September of next year. We've got to have a leadership election and have it as soon as we reasonably can.
There's a brutal reality, isn't there, really, whoever you elect. You're up against the Prime Minister who has done, in terms of his own party, exceptionally well in this election, who will have a majority of possibly 60 or more. So you may well have that debate in the Labour Party, but whatever Boris Johnson decides will be the relationship with the US or the EU will be what happens.
Yes, he certainly has the votes in the Commons to do whatever he likes about Brexit now. And the only way that you can prevent him is by an argument, a debate with the public, which says, actually, for example, we don't want that over a close relationship with the United States of America. Of course, they're a close ally, but we want to remain very close to Europe as well. And you only make progress in that if you've got somebody whom the public will listen to, who is persuasive in relation to that. As Paul Mason said in that seat where Sian is now sitting, you need somebody with gravitas who can command respect in what she or he says.
Who's that?
Could be Emily Thornberry, could be Keir Starmer. There are quite a lot of people in the Labour Party who have that stature. But we need now to make a choice after a reasonable election and have somebody who puts the contrary argument. Because the one thing that never came out in this election is what is the Conservatives' vision beyond the 31st of January? And it's for debate. And we need a champion for the people who have not had a champion in this last election to speak for them.
Sian, do you regret the fact that it's not been possible, it wasn't possible to form understandings with more candidates and more parties and more constituencies? You know, for you as Greens, where you're looking in areas where you have pockets of support, where people wanted an alternative, a realistic chance of winning. What went wrong there?
Well, we made an agreement over 60 seats. There's been some success there. Obviously, some are much tighter than others. But I think it would have been much better if we could have talked with the Labour Party as well. The two-party system is not delivering for the country. Labour stuck with it in this election, but I hope that we can work with them in the future, because it could have done something today, and who knows. I think the Greens have had a very good night in our own terms, in terms of our vote share going up. We're saving many more deposits. We've had some big swings in the seats where we've focused our efforts. This is good. It bodes well for future gains in council elections. We've got city mayor elections next year. But overall, the country is facing a pretty grave future. I think the Conservatives, they've now won their election with very little scrutiny. They've avoided scrutiny throughout this election. They've just shouted out, get Brexit done. Well, that's their job now. From 31st of January, we're not going to see Brexit done. That was a lie. We can say that as a fact now, and nobody can be telling us that they have to hear the other side or anything like that.
Saying it's not a lie. As Charlie was saying, we will be leaving.
We'll go into a transition period with an 11-month deadline to sort out an entire free trade agreement with the whole of the EU, never mind the rest of the world. Brexit is going to be really, really hard for this country, and those of us in opposition are still going to have work to do, and it would be good if we can work together.
During the campaign, I mean, we heard Caroline Lucas earlier, who made a very forceful statement after her victory there in Brighton, basically making the point that you're making, that the party system, or the electoral system, as she described it, was bust and wasn't delivering for people. When you look at the way that you've handled this campaign, understandably wanting to really get people to start talking about climate issues and the challenge of, you know, environmental change in people's everyday lives, not just as big policy issues, but, you know, asking people to confront choices in their daily lives.
And show the benefits of climate action. I'm really proud of how we've done that, actually. I mean, we put our manifesto out first with the big, bold Green New Deal, talking about reaching into every corner of the country and investing and creating jobs and sorting out the climate action and clean air and all those huge big ideas that we want to talk about. And the other parties did respond and make extra promises. We have to hold the Conservatives, for example, to their fracking ban. That was rushed out as part of an election. Well, let's hold them to that. Let's work really hard to show that the people who felt ignored around the country really want investment, and that green investment is the way to go. It's the best investment you can make. It pays back, and it'll actually create a better country.
Just a point, Craig, before I join Jeremy once again, which is, given your understanding of how the Tory party works, who's the Labour leader they would most fear then? You know, who's the one that they would think would present more of a threat to them?
I think they would fear moving to the centre. If the Labour Party was to become a bit more social democratic, a bit more moved to the centre, somebody like Jess Phillips, I think, would probably frighten the life out of Boris Johnson a couple of times in Parliament. But whether or not the Labour membership, which is very left-wing, is prepared to go for someone like that, I doubt it.
What about somebody like Keir Starmer?
Well, Keir Starmer's somebody in the metropolitan elite is always talked about. He's always talked about in London. He's very articulate. He's very thoughtful. Well, I don't think he's got the charisma to reach out beyond London to the rest of the country. I think if Keir Starmer was leader of the Labour Party, Boris Johnson would be secretly smiling.
Well, I mean, I think we've got to have a leadership election and see how the two candidates I mentioned, Jess Phillips, is also a serious player in relation to all of this, and see how they do in a leadership election. The key thing that they've got to be able to do, it seems to me, is convince the public that they understand the issues and understand the public, because that's what went wrong this time, I think.
OK, well, Charlie's there saying that's what went wrong for Labour this time. Jeremy's going to underline for us the extent of Labour's troubles overnight.
Well, I wonder if we can get some history on this, Hugh, which we love to do, to have a look back at Labour and see if we can find an election where this kind of thing happened to the Labour Party. Now, we're in our virtual central lobby in the House of Commons, and let me just show you this result, the projection we've got here for 2019, which is that Labour, under Jeremy Corbyn, have won 203 seats in the House of Commons. And, of course, people say it's historically terrible and it's bad and it's awful. But how bad is it if we make comparisons? Well, the first thing to say is that the Corbyn first election in 2017, 262, was an advance on the previous one, where Ed Miliband was leader, and the one before that with Gordon Brown. So Miliband got 232 in 2015, and Labour got 258 under Gordon Brown in 2010. So those two elections, actually, Corbyn in 2017 improved on both of them. But the thing that was different was Gordon Brown had the Scottish seats. They came in for him, Scottish MP, Scottish leader, his own seat in Kirkcaldy. And by that stage, we hadn't had that great SNP revival. Ed Miliband didn't have that. Let's try and search now for a figure as low as the one that Mr. Corbyn has done tonight. Let's have a look. So if we go back to Neil Kinnock, 1992, lost against John Major. Even then, 271. OK, he was banking all those Scottish seats, but still a long way ahead. 87, a thumping defeat for Labour under Neil Kinnock again. 229 seats then, so a very low figure, but still nowhere near as low as Mr. Corbyn has been tonight. Let's have a look at Michael Foot. Now here, Michael Foot in 1983 on 209 is pretty much the result we look like we're getting tonight from Jeremy Corbyn. This was regarded as an absolutely dreadful election. In a way, it ushered in Tony Blair years later. The manifesto was famously described as the longest suicide note in history. Well, they've done it again. This is the same kind of defeat. In fact, you have to go back to 1935 to find a worse one. This is Clement Attlee, who later had some great years after the war as Prime Minister. But at this point, they're off the back of a whole mash-up with Ramsay MacDonald, and everything was needing rebuilding, and the party was on its knees. He made some progress in this election, but we had to go back to 1935. And Attlee was a caretaker leader. He got 154 seats. That's how bad this is for Labour. When you look at this result, this will stand out for years and years and years. This 2019 result by Jeremy Corbyn, let's just bring it on here. All these years, this is a really, really, if we are, just bring on that last one there if we can. Okay, 2019, there it is, 203. If that's where they are, it's almost the worst in a century. It's pretty much the worst they've done since the very start of the party.
That's something to think about, Jeremy, certainly. Thank you very much, Jeremy Vine, there with the historical perspective. I'm just want to pause for a second just to give full credit to someone who's going to join us now for the third or fourth time during the night, and that is Sir John Curtis with his marvellous team there of analysts who've been working very hard, because John, of course, has a key role in fashioning the results of the exit poll accurately, and it was 368, the original estimate on the exit poll for the Conservatives. We're now looking at, John, I think 364.
Yeah.
So I just want to say, on behalf of the team, Brilliantly played by you again, so well done. And tell us where you think it's now heading in terms of that Labour performance. They're on 202 at the moment.
Yeah, we think Labour might end up at about 203, and certainly that the Labour Party is not going to get past the 209 that they got in 1983. I have to say, however, it's the team next to me, sitting next to me here, that are really the champions. They've done a brilliant job in actually analysing and modelling this data. And of course, Ipsos Mori, who collected the data, and not least the interviewers who braved the December weather to collect the data, without which none of us will be able to do anything at all. Anyway, to come back to the Labour Party, Hugh, there is a striking contrast between the Labour's defeat this time and the one in 1983 that perhaps might lead one to believe that this was a more serious defeat. Back in 1983, when, by the way, actually Labour got a lower share of the vote than they've got this time. But what enabled Labour in 1983 to defend itself against what was no more than a 28% share of the vote was that it held on to its traditional areas of strength. It did relatively well in the north of England and the Midlands. It did relatively well in the more working class parts of the country. The striking thing about this election is the way in which it performed worse in the north of England, in the Midlands, in working class seats. Now, that's not just simply to do with Brexit, but it certainly is partly to do with Brexit. And it's a continuation of a pattern that was also evident in the 2017 election. There was a lot of speculation during this election campaign. Oh, surely the voters of Workington and Bishop Auckland and Wrexham could not possibly elect a Conservative MP. Not noticing that the reason why these seats were now marginal is that in 2017, these predominantly voting areas had already swung pretty dramatically to the Conservatives. And to that extent, at least, what's happened tonight should be seen as part two of a two-part story. The first part was achieved under Theresa May, substantial movement in these seats, but not quite enough to deliver victory. Boris Johnson today, however, has been able to turn that legacy into a valuable currency, into golden currency, that's enabled him to get this substantial overall majority. The Conservatives' best vote in terms of result in terms of seats since 1987, and I think its best performance in terms of votes since Margaret Thatcher's historic victory in 1979, an election which, of course, we often regard as signifying and giving the ability to lead to a major change in British public policy. Well, clearly, this election is also going to be in that same league.
So for those people wondering what the size of the majority will be, John, we were saying possibly 86 at the start of the night. We're now saying, what, 78?
78, yes. Remember, Hugh, that when you talk about the majority, if you just get one seat wrong in the forecast, that's going to change the majority by 2. So the metric we will give you is this. We forecast 368 Conservative seats. We've ended up with 364. So the actual error, it seems, assuming that things pan out as we now expect, on the Conservative performance is 4 seats, which is exactly the same as it was in 2017.
Well, John, I think you should be ashamed of yourself. 4 seats out. I mean, what is the world coming to?
Oh, I know, it's terrible, isn't it, Hugh? I mean, you know, all those poor people who have been able to go to bed at 11 o'clock last night, safe in the knowledge that they knew that Boris Johnson had won the election. I mean, I think probably we did the country a service, didn't we?
I think you deserve a knighthood, John, personally. I really do. Thanks to you and to your team. We'll talk to you a bit later, but thanks very much to John Curtis there, working his magic yet again on the exit poll and getting it bang on target. So we're looking at a majority of 78 for the Conservatives coming out of this election, which is remarkable. Laura will be leaving us relatively shortly.
Shortly, I will
relatively shortly, Laura. And I'm just wondering, just some concluding thoughts before you go back to Westminster, report on the day's events, and we'll be talking again at 10 o'clock tonight.
We will, and probably before then, maybe at about that, because there is something I think expected to happen in Westminster, which is the reason why I'm going to head off. So hopefully I'll talk to you from down there.
OK. And if you get a chance to talk to the Prime Minister later about what's been going on and the fact that he's now sitting on a pretty solid majority, what will you ask him about his priorities for the next few weeks? Let's just concentrate on that first.
So I think the next few weeks, without any doubt, the first thing that the Prime Minister is going to try to do is have a Queen's speech on Thursday, bring back the Brexit bill, for its first reading, the first sort of technical bit of it. I think that's going to happen on Friday. At that point, I think, and this will be something to clarify with him immediately, that I think they'll probably let Westminster and the new MPs sort of actually have a bit of a breather. I think there's an acknowledgement in number 10, as there is right across politics, that this sort of body politic, if you like, is pretty exhausted, is fractious. People have been very angry and exhausted and sort of burnt out by everything that's happened. And I think that what they'll do is then take a bit of a pause, come back in January, push through the rest of the Brexit legislation as quickly as they can, which of course will have to go through the House of Lords. I see the Charlie Faulkner there nodding sagely. And then after that, I think there will be a big reset. At that point, I think February, maybe early March, a big reshuffle, a big budget. And I think it's at that point that Boris Johnson will really show us the sort of true colours of the Prime Minister that perhaps he always wanted to be. And if we just think briefly about his sort of trajectory, I mean, he's been known, famous around the country for more than a decade for being desperate to be the Prime Minister, even if people haven't been quite sure what he'd actually like to do with that job. We've all known that he wants to do it. And in the next few months, you can expect that that will be revealed to us all. But he's also somebody who divides as much as he delights. He's an extremely divisive and controversial figure, but he's also made a career of doing things that people have told him were impossible. He was told it would be impossible to turn London blue, and then he won the mayoralty twice. Then he was, of course, told, oh, you can't win the EU referendum. And then, as it's Brexit's main cheerleader, he did. Then he was told he was a busted flush and he couldn't be the Conservative leader because he'd messed up while he was Foreign Secretary and then quit and all of these things. And then yet, against those odds, he did. And then told you could never turn places like Bishop Auckland or Darlington or Warrington blue. And then look at what has happened tonight. So maybe he's a lucky general. Maybe he did actually have, or his team had a strategy that they believed in all along. They were nervous. They were seriously nervous in the last few days. But it has been a historic victory for a man who's wanted the job so long. Let's see what he does with it.
Let's see what he does with it. Laura, we'll talk later then.
We will.
Okay, maybe you'll pop up from somewhere not far from Westminster later on, but thanks very much for now. Let's join Andrew once again with some guests.
Thanks, Hugh. I'm joined by Laura Parker of Momentum, Alec Phillips, who's a Brexit Party MEP. Laura Parker, you said earlier tonight it's unquestionable that Labour's policies are popular. Your party's just as its worst election defeat since 1935. What's popular about that?
Well, I think this has mainly been an election about Brexit, so we could discuss whether
that's the talking point. Nobody's buying that. Nobody's buying that. Brexit may explain why you lost. It doesn't explain why you're 160 seats behind the Conservatives.
Well, I think it probably does explain. I think in the end, our policies, if you look at the public support for things like bringing the railways into public ownership, the IPPR work on people wanting fundamental change in the economy.
There's always been support for bringing the railways into public ownership, but it's never an election changer. It's never an issue that gets people to vote. I mean, you were warned that this kind of warmed over 70s socialism wasn't going to fly in 2019, but you carried on, and you've just got over 200 seats.
But this has undoubtedly been an election about Brexit.
But you told us throughout the campaign that it wasn't.
And that's...
Labour told us it was about the NHS.
Labour wanted...
It was about public services.
Yes, and Labour wanted it to be about those things, and for whatever reason that hasn't cut through. I mean, the party said quite rightly there's got to be a period of reflection. I agree with that. We have to take a long, hard think about what didn't work for us.
What didn't work was Jeremy Corbyn. Again, you were told by Labour Party people that Jeremy Corbyn was unelectable. But the Momentum cult wouldn't listen.
It is not a cult. It's a membership organisation. We've mobilised thousands
of
young
people. You've been thrashed. You took control of the Labour Party, and the Labour Party has been thrashed. It's been a disastrous experiment for you.
It's not an experiment. It's a very serious election result. And actually what's worst about it is what this means now for the people of the country.
Well, the people of the country have spoken. The question is, the real issue is, they didn't want you.
Well, I think they've spoken largely about Brexit, and let's hope that Boris Johnson will now deliver, although we still have the worrying prospect of a no deal, which is...
That's another matter. But
it's not another matter, because that's the election
it's another
that
matter
he's
for what
fought.
I'm questioning you about, which is about the Labour Party and Mr Corbyn. So are you sitting here tonight and say, we'll now just continue with Corbynism without Mr Corbyn? Is that your line?
Well, I believe that it was always about more than more than Jeremy Corbyn.
Sure.
I think this is a radical programme for change. I think we need radical change in the country.
OK. You're not a Tory fifth columnist, are you?
I'm certainly not.
Because any Tories watching this are going to say, woohoo, we're in for the decade now if they're going to run with that manifesto.
I'm definitely no
right.
no length of period of reflection will turn me into that. Worry not.
And Alex Phillips, the Brexit Party, RIP, it's over, done, finished, irrelevant, gone.
It's been a very big victory for Leave. Let's just put it there.
Of which you're not a part.
No, I think, frankly, let's look at the situation. We actually said to the Conservatives, have a clean run. We're going to make sure you don't have a Remain alliance thwarting Brexit. And let's cast our minds back to March, shall we, where everyone thought Brexit was dead in a dustbin, over. There was the People's Vote marches. There was stagnation in the parliamentary system. There was Mrs May, her deal. And actually, when the Brexit Party formed 6 weeks before those European elections, which, of course, are far more favourable for entry as parties under proportional representation, we actually reset the agenda. And if you look at a lot of the Conservative Party manifesto, it's almost outright plagiarism of the Brexit Party.
Oh, hold on a minute. Nigel Farage has told us several times in this campaign that the Johnson Brexit agreement isn't even Brexit.
And I agree with that. I'm deeply concerned, actually, now with a very strong majority in Parliament, which Boris Johnson are we going to get? Because from the beginning of his tenureship, he's been the Boris Johnson who says to the Remain side, I'm not going to leave, cliff edge, no deal, all of that. And he said a very different narrative to the ERG.
Politicians saying one thing to one group and to another.
No, of course.
That'll never catch on.
No, but which Boris are we going to get now he's got a majority? Because he has the ability with bums on benches.
Because you won't be there to hold him to account.
I think it
but it matters
electorally, you're absolutely right. And in many respects, the fascinating thing about the Nigel Farage movement, if you will, is the ability to push the Conservatives and push a parliamentary agenda without winning seats.
We have to leave it as the Nigel Farage movement hits the buffers. Thank you both very much for coming at this ungodly hour of the morning.
Indeed.
Back to you.
Andrew, thanks very much. Time is 6 o'clock and a very good morning to you. We've been on air for just about 8 hours, but we are fresh and fizzing with energy to bring you this morning's news, which is that Boris Johnson has won this general election for the Conservatives and is heading for a majority of 78. A very big majority indeed, and the biggest since Margaret Thatcher's majority in 1987, the third victory that she scored. So this is where we are right now. Let's take a look at the seat numbers on Broadcasting House in central London. And here we have the projected end result, which will be the Conservatives on 365 under Boris Johnson. That's a hefty gain for him from 2017. Labour on 203 with some significant losses from 2017. The SNP performing strongly in Scotland on 48. The Lib Dems on 11, a relatively poor performance by them and losing their leader, Joe Swinson. Plaid Cymru projected to end the night on 4. And there we have the pattern of scores for you on Broadcasting House. So a very good morning to you, and you are watching Election 2019. And here at New Broadcasting House in central London, we're going to have this morning's headlines, and we'll say a very good morning to Louise Minchin.
Thank you very much, Hugh. Very good morning to you. The Conservatives have won the general election with their biggest majority since 1987. Labour, meanwhile, has had its worst performance in 3 decades. Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn said he was disappointed and wouldn't lead his party into any future general election. It was a poor night, too, for the Liberal Democrats, whose leader, Jo Swinson, lost her seat. Jessica Parker's report contains flash photography.
He knows it. The Conservatives have won a working majority in an election Boris Johnson described as historic.
That gives us now, in this new government, the chance to respect the democratic will of the British people, to change this country for the better, and to unleash the potential of the entire people of this country.
They're delighted, the Tories making those inroads into Labour heartlands that voted Leave.
I would like to thank Boris, because I would say that I'm going to be on that train on Monday. I'm going to London. We're going to get Brexit done.
His party on course for